crazy. And then also there was a maintenance update last night. So I don't know. All stores should do what some stores in Japan are doing, basically giving them a quiz to prove they're a real fan, collector for one. That'd be interesting. That'd be smart. At the same time, you got to think about it. I think Pokemon likes this right now, like the way it is right now. And why am I saying that? Because if you don't know, they had recently the Chinese really has gotten blown up right now. It's really really gotten blown up. I promise you, if English was readily available, Chinese would not be as popular as it is right now. So I feel like Pokemon wants English to be more hyped up so they can start sending people to other what's it called, like languages and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? See you next live, Mitch. Yeah, I'm about to get off the stream here in a second. People are saying Pokemon Center isn't doing pre-orders. I hope you say that. You see the toolkit? I've seen that. That's very interesting. I wonder if that actually works. I should order one. That's actually pretty smart. Be a good video, actually, right? Is it even able to get though? That's the problem. I've seen it though. Let's see. They still can. Also, you can surprise with others, third sellers. Yeah. Japanese is the best in my opinion right now. As long as the tariffs keep going, getting pushed out. Yeah, the tariffs are a massive problem with that. Let's see. Alright, y'all probably will end this live stream because, like I said, I don't think it's happening today, and yeah, I think we're just kind of just cooked. Bro, go to sleep. Maybe eventually. I can't find that. Okay, the U.S. is bedtime. China has a lot of cool products. You got a good point on that. You do got a good point on that. They do have a lot of products. Alright, get ready as soon as Mitch gets off the drive. Pre-orders are dropping. So many people think that, say that. That'd be crazy. Speaking of Chinese, I got this Chinese box right here. The Gen 2 thing. I actually got this for a good price too. I should have bought more when I seen them. I want to open it, but I might do it for a video. Alright, y'all, but yeah, I think it's time to kind of end stream. I think PC cancel on money. What? That's insane. Yo, that's crazy. I hope not. I would text somebody like an employee on there or something like that. Tariffs will be not a problem. I don't know. No, they're talking about like Japanese cards, the Japanese book products. Like Brian from Pokemon, he's been talking about that a lot recently about the tariffs and stuff like that because he sells Japanese. This is the main thing that he sells really, and English cards. But the tariffs would be affect Japanese prices crazy. Pokemon hype is here to stay. It's gonna be a good while till things go back to normal. Good back to normal things. Even if they do. Yeah, you got a good point. We'll see what happens. I don't know. You're still screwed, Japanese hero. Japanese is nice. I like Japanese. Alright, y'all. I think we're in the stream, though. Because, like I said, I don't think it's happening today. I will be still staying an eye on this. But at this point, since they dropped everything already in the Pokemon Center, as we've seen, they dropped some back-to-school stuff. I don't think it's dropping today. I generally don't. Chinese exclusives are fire, yeah. What will happen first? Tariffs. They're wild. Actually, they're good though. They'll figure it out. Yeah, of course they will. Japanese cards, that makes sense. Yeah. It's not the first time, but one time I got a booster bundle for free when they did. Oh, nice. What time do you reckon it will go live? In my opinion, what we've seen in the last couple of days, with all the weird products they've been dropping, I wouldn't say weird, but the other kind of
sync your RGB devices to your favorite games with Signal RGB, which is an RGB app that supports thousands of...
Could possibly be the same time they do. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure here, but you never know. See what happens. I will probably end it live because, like I said, I don't think it's going to drop today, and I don't really want to waste more of y'all time and just be here because I don't think it's dropping. I generally don't think it's dropping today, so I don't want to be live. I don't think it's dropping. You know what I mean? Like that. Earlier I thought it was going to be, but we'll see. It's far fresh, though. Alright, y'all.
Yo, Labubu drop, bro. Give me the Labubu drop. I will buy a full case of Labubu.
That's just how it is. Good luck. That's just how pre-orders are.
Yo,
other websites.
I went to the store and they didn't have the binders I wanted.
Yeah, I think
so I couldn't buy any binders. I gotta wait till tomorrow. It's back to school. All the kids are buying binders.
Next week? I
Or all the parents are buying
Maybe we'll see
binders.
what happens. I'll see you tomorrow though. I will be probably going
Get
live
out of
tomorrow.
here. Give me my
And
binders for my Pokemon
same time
cards.
again, and hope it drops. We'll see what happens. See if we get any details, any information about tomorrow. But see y'all until it drops. I guess really, it's kind of crazy. But see y'all next stream. It was fun, y'all. Peace. Adios, amigos. Still, I would say this though. Still be kind of like aware. I would say this, so it could still be a possibility until like 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Possibility.
Heck yeah, that's one more hour,
If it does
Billy.
go live, I will be going live again. So
Hey, yo. Ghost Rider, thanks for that. 5065, thank you as well. He says, how do I get the Labubu's? Yo, you gotta get the Labubu's from the plug. Otherwise, you're finding Lafufus. What did I do? That was Ladoo. You gotta know, guy. Alfred, I know, guy. But there's like a race to get. There's a race to get him, man. You have to like. You have to be on the VIP list, or you ain't getting shit. Because my plug offers them up to the public, and as soon as they go live, they go gone. So it's crazy. Collectibles and toys these days. Crazy. Grown man, by the way. Heck yeah. I still collect Hot Wheels too. I have a lot of Hot Wheels. I have like a massive, not mad. I have a pretty big RC collection as well. I'm a big kid, man. I got grown up money. I get to spend it the way I want to spend it. If I buy Pokemon and Labubu, that's how it is. I mean, you could have a child and just buy diapers. I mean, I'll get there eventually, but I'm in no rush. I want to buy Pokemon cards and Labubus. WWE action figures. I too had a collection of WWE action figures as a child. Some real expensive ones if you're looking at them today. Guess where they are? Who knows? Someone bought them at a garage sale. Do you see a trend? All the shit that I want to collect today, I had at one point, but I sold it like 20 years ago. What's in the vault? Hey, Mega Evolution Apparel. Mega stylish. I'll take all of your Jeff Hardys. I had one or two. I think I had two. I had one I opened, and I had one I kept closed. Or like one I played with, and then one I kept in a container somewhere. And eventually sold everything. Yo, what is going on with OBS right now? Hello? Yo, do y'all see me super choppy, or is that... Yeah. Hey, I gotta fix that. What's going on here? Oh yeah, super. I fixed it. You know, it's not OBS that's slow. It's Cameo. Why is Cameo messing up? All right, I'm gonna restart it. Hold on. I call it Cameo. I don't know why. What up? What up? Well, that's part of the problem. Why? Why is it still up? Cameo. So when they drop here for pre-orders, are the other sets getting restocked as well? I will guarantee you that they will not. If Mega drops, then it'll probably just be Mega. I don't think we'll see anything else with it. Yeah, they're restocking first edition base sets. Obviously. No. The last restock for an ETB I saw that hit the Pokemon Center was Prismatic Evolutions. And I missed it. I didn't get it. I saw it, I clicked on it, and it said it was sold out. Oh. Sheesh. I have 4. Oh no. 4 Pokemon Center ones? No, I have one non-Pokemon Center one. I had another one, but I opened it. It was a bad decision. Don't open them. I don't think they'll stock anything else. I think it'll just be Mega, and that's it. And then shortly, I think they might release some more Black Bolt and White Flare, because the pre-orders have come and gone. So you might see some non-pre-orders show up within the next few weeks, because it does come out in a few days. I have a Neo Shiny Charizard. Hmm. Neo Destiny? Neo. Neo. Neo? I wasn't around then. Which Neo set are you talking about? Maybe. You never know. All right. Go clean yourself up, bud. Be right back. I shit. Black Ops 7? Where did you come from? This is the last thing I saw. Like this Fusion Strike build in battle box came out on the Pokemon Center. I wasn't able to get that. It was also sold out. Mind you, these tins were available, but it's $10 to ship it, and the product is $16. So unless like I got a bunch, it wasn't worth it. I got this one. I bought Fusion Strike, 550 a booster pack. I bought 6 of those. That was cool, but once again, $10 shipping, so I missed that one. I missed these two, the booster boxes, the booster bundles for black and white. Oh. You look like my old friend from college. He went to Korea, got drunk, jumped up the wall, had to take a piss. You thought the other side was ground and ended. ended up falling 3 stories and kneeing himself in the jaws. Well, your buddy needs to look before he jumps. I mean, that is a silly mistake. That is very, very much avoidable. Yeah, this guy yesterday. So I'm new to the hobby. I'd like to get some intel and dates on when the Pokemon Center possibly land Mega Evolution booster boxes or ETBs. But he says probably around September. He should have been honest and said, "Ha, good luck." These are all old. Pokebeach, your form is not great. Nice. Nice artworks you got there. Playing.
Complete your collection.
I don't believe you, man. The queue is not down. Not even the American one. Oh wait, this isn't the American one. Where's the American one? United States. Yo, you guys see the same thing we see, only it's like really cheap. I guess well, not really. It's the same amount of money, I guess. A little cheaper. But ha ha ha. I don't believe you. The elite trainer boxes get to Riolu. Box toppers get Alakazam? What is that? What an annoying ad. Ooh, how do you get this? What's this? Oh, Alakazam was revealed in Japanese last night. Okay. Booster boxes. They are enhanced booster boxes with a Bulbasaur topper. That's dope. What Pokemon Center ETBs you got? I for Pokemon Center ones, I only got Black Bolt and White Flare. Well, I don't physically have them in my possession yet, but they did take my money, so I mean, I hope it's coming. When I caught my Black Bolt White Fair ETB drop on Pokemon Center, it was like 5 o'clock in the evening. I was leaving work, and I like secured the bag in rush hour traffic. It was great. It's FedEx's until you get it in hand. Yeah, yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I guess so. Does it come FedEx? I never actually seen who drops it off. I don't know. Yes, it comes by FedEx. No, it comes by Charizard. Yup. Look, it could come by Charizard. Fletching. You know how many flying Pokemon there are? I want mine to come via Zapdos. Charizard to burn everything up. You just better hope you don't get a Cramorant, because if it comes via Cramorant, bro, that guy's eating that shit. He ain't giving it to you. You're getting regurgitated ETB at that point. Bro, I'm about to make the most amazing slider ever. Yo, tell me about it. I like hamburgers. You're talking about like a little mini hamburger, a slider? Is that what you're saying? So I I don't get the appeal of a slider because I don't want a small hamburger. I want all big hamburger. So is it because you like want to eat more than one? Because I could eat two big hamburgers. What's the point of a slider? Like an appetizer? Who made a rule that you could only have one bud? Nobody. Well, no, man. But I want big sliders. At that point, they're called burgers. I still want more than one. Oh, look, my shirt's green. That's why it's like that. What kind of slide? Are there bacon on them sliders? I'm a real big fan of bacon. Hell no. Bacon's nasty. Uh-huh, okay. Yeah, bacon's not for everyone. Oh, you son of a bitch. I have lots of friends that don't eat bacon. But I eat bacon. I eat all the bacons. My friends, the bacon. Okay, folks, we're doing a refresh. All right, 6 more minutes and we'll refresh. 6 more. Why? Wait a minute. What screen are you looking at? Okay. 6 more minutes, folks, and we will refresh. Five more minutes. Do you put cheese on your sliders? Your sliders have cheese on them? I mean, you could be halal, but are you lactose halal? Like, can you not have dairy either? Like, is cheese good? can't make a slider without cheese, bud. I agree with you on that. Keeps it together. It is the glue. Three minutes. We are refreshing the page in 3 minutes. If I was a baller, I would buy all of it. But man, I got kids to feed. And by kids I feed, I mean myself. I gotta eat. I actually like that sweater, the top left one here. I like that art. Where'd it go? This one. That's sick. Sold out. Of course it's sold out. The sickest one is sold out. You see that? It's the only thing that's sold out. Everyone thought the same as me. Oh, that's a sick sweater. Mind you, I don't know. Damn, bro. Your sweaters are the same price as an ETB. That's rich, rich. You have kids? Heck yeah, I'm collecting these for my kids that aren't born yet. Yo, when I have a little one, I'm gonna make that guy such a little degenerate collector. I'm gonna be like, here's your collection, don't touch my collection. And I guess when I'm old and senile, he'll get my collection. Just gives me a reason to collect twice as much. Right? Makes sense, right? I think so. Math is mathing, if you ask me. All right, so 2:30, we are refreshing the page. Are we getting any megas? Trading cards? It's a not right now. The last thing that has come out. Yeah, why does nobody want these battle academies? I mean, for 25 bucks, I feel like just adding it to the card anyway. What's in it? You don't get any Pokemon cards? Or do you get these 3 promos? Do you get any act? How many cards do you get? Where the fuck is the description? 3 complete decks of 60 cards each. Okay. Each deck includes a powerful special Pokemon. Cinderace V, Pikachu V, and EVV. Who's the troll to name EVV? It's an EVV. EVV. EVE. EVV. I think those are no panchos. EV deck includes 2 copies of the all-new promo card featuring Galarian Obstagoon. Oh, nice. Who is that? Who's the Obstagoon? I mean, for $26, I feel tempted. We'll see. We'll see. It's been sitting on there for a while. It tells me nobody wants it. But I know that anything on the Pokemon Center is much cheaper than anything you'll find in the wild. So the temptation is real. Huh? Buddy, I'm drinking a tea. I want a Ponchu Pikachu. I also want a Van Gogh Pikachu. That'd be nice. Mega Mega Evolution. These championship decks, I remember when they were sitting there for many, many weeks and they just wouldn't sell. And then everything else sold out, and then they slowly started to sell. Hey, look at that booster box. Damn, yo, prismatic SPC for 116 on here. You you would laugh if you find out how much I paid. Huh? Let's not talk about it. Change the subject. Am I smoking at Michael Jordan? Oh, MJ. I get it. I don't know what you're talking about. Geez, they're 155 for that 151 UPC. Now they're going for over 500 bucks. Jeez. Surging Sparks is a good set. I would like to find that. Hey, look at that. Evolving Skies booster box for 186. Which kills me because that is stupid cheap compared to what they actually sell for in the wild. But if you look at some of these items, let me show you a prime example. This right here. This is advertised on here for $519. Who the heck paid $519 for that? I picked it up for $250 at Costco and it's still in stock right now. That's crazy. Yeah, okay, you did. I don't believe you. XY Phantom Forces booster box? Bro, all of these booster boxes. I would love to catch a booster box on Pokemon website. I've never seen a PC booster box. For 180, that's a steal. My last booster box, I paid like 320. Yep. I go back on this website and look to see what these things were selling for, and I'm like, how? I guess not, because 77 for a booster box was about average. It was normal. $12 for a tin is nice. Ooh, Fusion Strike booster box for 186. Shrouded Fable. I have one of those. 20 more minutes. If it's not on by 3, I'm say maybe by 4. Then maybe by 5. But no, if it's not on by 3, I think it's done for the day. There was a Best Buy drop this morning, I think it was. I think it was Best Buy that released it, or what? Who was it? Took pre-orders for today. Is it Best Buy? One random pack of XY Breakpoint, $40. I'm gonna get every Mega Blocks because I did type in Mega Pokemon, and look at it, it says Mega Pokemon. Sorry, I typed in Mega Evolution. That's right. Yo, an XY ETB. Hmm. VTR Gaming Mississauga is selling an open packs. That's so cool how like an ad on the Best Buy website would link to another store. You know what I mean? Or random booster packs for $50. And the artwork are all banger cards. So like the funny part of that was like if you were to order that, would you just get like, current generation cards? Because none of these they're printing anymore. Sun and Moon Flash Fire, what does that say? Guardians Rising, XY Evolution, Breakthrough, and XY Breaking something. Break. Breaking something? What is it? Breaking. Oh, it's called Breakpoint. Breakpoint. Hey, that's close to what I paid for mine. That's nuts. $400, eh? Hey, 425, bro. This is cheaper than the Pokemon Center website. It must be good, right? Maybe another 10 minutes. I'll try refresh on the PC. Pokemon Center. See if we get some Pokemon cards. Oh, there it is right there. EV Battle Academy. Let's go back home here. Trading cards. Hey, 25.99. Bro, this is $1 cheaper on Best Buy. Save $3 apparently. Best Buy has the best deal on the Battle Academy right now. It's interesting. On these websites, sometimes you're like, oh, that's a good price, and sometimes you're like, ooh, that's not a good price. Like these Evolving Skies for $51. Not a good price. $11 for Temporal Forces. Like $4.50 for a booster bundle. Like, $15 for Surging Sparks. Don't do it. None of these prices here are good. If there's something good, I'll point it out. The best thing was that Battle Academy. Like this Battle Styles booster pack. This is obviously sold and shipped by Shazar. Who the fuck Shazar is, I don't know. But so it's like a marketplace on Best Buy's website. So this guy's selling these battle style sleeved boosters for $12. Is it worth that? No, no. sleeve booster is $9 and a pack is $8.50. So this $9 pack, he's trying to make $3 on 10, 11, 12. Now, would I pay $3 if that was the only guy selling it? Yeah, I would pay 12. I'll pay $12 for one. I don't care. You know what I mean? If it sells for 9, but like you can't go out and find one, uh, pay someone. It's 30% of its entire price. That's quite a bit. But would you do it? I would. I wouldn't like consistently buy that to rip open. Like I would try and buy an art set, but if the guy's not going to guarantee an art set, like I'd at least buy one. But I would aim for one of each artwork and then move on. I'd try and buy it at a cheaper price at that point. It's like 151. Like I love opening 151. If I pulled that Charizard out of opening 151, it's a cool set. A lot of Pokemon I vibe with. Like that's the Pokemon I grew up with. But you could only find 151 packs at a decent price if you find it in a box that's selling for MSRP. Because I bought that Alakazam box for $50. Honestly, I think that's $10 over market still. But it was at like a GameStop, so that's retail. Um, sorry, I meant not market, but like I think it's a $39.99 box MSRP. GameStop bumps it up and makes $10 more off it. Sells it for $49.99, right? So normally about $10 a pack. Comes with 4 packs in it. But at that point, you're buying 4 packs and a few promo cards for 40, $50. You're looking at 10 to 11 or $12 a pack. At that point, that's what we're paying here. But if you're to buy a 151 booster pack on its own, that's like a $20 booster pack any store you go into. You go into a store, you say, "Yo, give me 151." You're like, "Yeah, $20 a pack." And you're just like, now you're paying double. You're not paying 30% more. You're paying, 100% more. So I forgot where I was going with that, but shit, $12 for pack, $28 for Fusion Strike, bro. I just bought Fusion Strike on Pokemon's website for $5.50. PC had a PC drop for Fusion Strike. These ones right here. There's a limit of 6 though, unfortunately. So I bought 6. But for $5.50 versus this $28 for a non-sleeve booster pack, like that's nuts. What else we got? Still a Crown 12. Yo, Twilight Masquerade, bro. I opened so much Twilight Masquerade before it became popular. And I now that I'm collecting art sets, like I can't find Twilight Masquerade. That would be cool. I want that box, but shit, $100, huh? My buddy just sent me a picture. He opened one of these recently. I gotta ask him how much he paid for it. Because it comes with one, two, three, four, five. One, two, three. Why does it come with 5? Should come with really only 5? Really? That's all you're gonna zoom in? That's not worth it. I guess so. 4 attached promo cards. 5 crowns unit booster packs. Okay. So I have 2. I would keep 2 more, and I would open 3. Crown Zenith. It's one of my favorite sets, but like I want it for this jumbo card that's split up into 4 smaller cards. Like I really like that. Once again, VTR Gaming. Who are you, bro? Only want in stock. I don't want singles though. Do you have? Oh, that's why I click singles. Sealed products. Pokemon. Yo, Surging Sparks booster pack, $9.89. Where'd he go? How much are you selling, Surgeon? Oh yeah, that was Shazar. Is that VTR Gaming? Yeah. Yo, so these guys, the same people, are selling this for $15.70 at Best Buy or on their own website for $9.89. That's like 50% more at Best Buy for the guy selling the same item. You know what I mean? So like if you really wanted this booster pack, you like look at it, you're like, oh, Best Buy, okay, yeah. 1570. You're like, all right, bet BTR. Oh, 1098. But here's the thing. My question is, does this include shipping? Let's try it. Add to cart. Your cart is empty, bro. Continue shopping. Continue to shipping. Free shipping over 35 bucks, so it's not free. Shipping's gonna be 10 bucks, so that's $28 for a single booster pack. BTR, what do you charge for shipping? Shipping is calculated at checkout. Shipping $8.50, $20 a booster pack. That's nuts. So $28 at Best Buy, or $20 from the from them themselves. Yo, Steam Siege? Bro, that thing is so old. I might just have to pick that up. How old is Steam Siege? It's like towards the back. 2016. That's 10 years old. Oh, look, they have their own website too. Yo, 15 non-hollow rares. I don't have many non-hollow rares. Yo, like honestly, I could do without this 15 reverse hollows. I could do without like the jumbo card, the random accessory. Hmm. And I don't want the theme deck. I want the Pokeball. Jeez, that's American too. Because you click on it, now it shows, I guess it shows me the Canadian price. Because the price went up. It went from 99 to 79. But before you click on it, it went from 73 to 59. Maybe that's including shipping. I don't know how this works. It's a weird website. Bro's got an Outlook. That's Bro's got an Outlook account. That's how old this website is. Or that person is. That person's like my age or older. Ain't nobody. I guarantee you it's older because anyone my age would have moved on. But if you're still hanging on to an Outlook account, what are you doing? Chew. See, look here, look. Pokemon 151, 17.99 to 16.19. Like, that's the sale price. Look at a booster bundle. 121 is the sale price. That's nuts. That's nuts. Shining Fates is getting up there. 13.50 on sale. Darkness Ablaze, $15. Prismatic Evolutions, $18 on sale. Yeah, same thing with Prizzy. Prizzy's $20 everywhere. But like, if you find a prismatic, what did I buy last for prismatic? What did I buy? It came with a bunch of prismatic in it. I don't remember. It must have been like a 3-pack blister with like a promo card of some sort. But at that point, then you're paying like $11 a booster pack as opposed to 20. It's crazy. Mega Evolution sold out. $100. Oh, that would have been not bad. They're doing pre-orders for $100, guys. Good for you. Like considering like Journey Together, you're selling for 107 on sale. That's like wait, that's over. Like it's an $80 booster. $80 ETB. It's an $80 ETB. Moving up to 107. Some places as high as 150. I've paid 150 for a pre-order, and I should, and I ended up finding another one for $80. I was like, I ripped it open. But geez, good for you guys. VTR Gaming doing pre-orders for $99. I'm impressed. 314 on sale. Ha! That's crazy. I recently purchased one of these. I found one in the wild and it was much cheaper than that. So I had to pick it up. That is my latest addition to my wall of Pokemon. I can't believe they go for so much money. That's nuts. Yo, Crown Zenith for 1979 for $20 a pack. That's nuts. My mind is blown when I look at the price of these, and I totally understand why people go nuts when they find it at retail. Like it's silly. Oh, this Pokemon Go booster pack. See, guys, this is what I was talking about earlier. I um I opened so much Pokemon Go and I never saved any of the packs. Now that I want to collect packs, I can't find any. It's no fun. Yo, that right there. 151 Blooming Waters. I found that at retail at a GameStop. I just walk in and someone in front of me bought the prismatic poster collection. And I was like, oh, I don't really. Sorry, it was not the poster, it was the binder collection. Like, that was cool. Like, I wouldn't have bought it probably because of the binder, but like, really depends on what they were selling it for. So when the guy bought that, and then the box behind it was 151 Blooming Waters, and I'm like, in the wild? No way. So I had to pick it up. I looked at it and I was like, oh, yeah, give me that. And inside that, I found my Charizard 151 illustration rare. Or is it a special illustration rare? I don't know which one. The top chase. And I thought, like, would I have picked up both if that guy didn't buy the box in front of me? The guy looked at the Blooming Waters and then saw the price and was like, ah, no, this is like I think his was like $80. I think his was 80 or 90 bucks, $80, and the Blooming Waters was 120. And he was like, no, yeah, it was $100, and I don't know, it was cheaper. Whatever he bought was cheaper. I'm like, I want that one. That was the same store that I bought the Greninja Premium Collection. When I bought my Greninja EX SPC, I'm like, oh, I want two of them. No, sorry. He was helping another customer, and another customer was like, yeah, any Pokemon cards? He's like, no, we got this Greninja box, but like, it's too expensive. Nobody buys them. He's like, oh, okay, yeah. So I was next in line. He's like, could I help you with something? I was like, I'll take two of those Greninja boxes. He's like, okay. That's funny. It might have been, yeah, I think it was the same guy that sold me the 151 box. I just lucked out. Good timing. You know what I mean? That's what it's about. It's all about timing. $360 for a booster box. Surging Sparks? That's nuts. That's going up. $300 on sale. Holy, what's in this? Oh, it's tag team. Battle. What packs are these? Which represent? That's Battle Styles. That one's Evolving Skies. Battle Styles, Evolving Skies, and what is that? Chilling Rain? Where's Chilling Rain? There's no chill. Where's Chilling Rain? Oh, right there next to it. Heck yeah. That makes sense. They're all next to each other. Yo, Project, what's going on, brother? How are you? I'm doing well. Oh yeah, I meant to ask how old they were, but I guess if it's as old as Evolving Skies, then 2021. March, June, and August. $4 years ago. I'm also doing pretty good and playing Death Stranding 2. Oh, that's pretty good. You liking it? 11 hours until ready or not releases on console. What's ready or not?
What is your emergency? I need the police. You need to send the police right away. Come help me. God, I'm sorry, Mom. I don't want to die. I'm sorry.
You ready?
Yes, sir. Ready.
Move! 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 Take it down! Suspect down! Right is down!
Situation.
I got you.
Back.
Officer down!
Gotta get you up. Ready?
Look out! Drop your weapon! Drop it! Move it in! Officer's down and we need backup. Let's go!
Still make it out of this. Drop the gun and let her go.
I'm not going in!
So, are you ready?
You ready or not? Ready or Not is an intense tactical first-person shooter that depicts a modern-day world in which SWAT police units are called in to defuse hostile and confronting situations. Well, that's two of them. This game came out already, Ming. So all reviews are mostly very positive. And recent reviews mostly negative. Why? The devs made a choice of greed over realism. It says it came out December 13th, 2023. Is it because it's coming out on console now? Like, why you? I don't get it. Oh, pre-order bundle. Yeah, it's not on the Xbox. That must come out tonight. $7.15. Yo, midnight, bro. Almost there. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. You know what game actually I played recently that wasn't bad? Shit. You play as a police officer, patrol PD or some shit. Like you start off in like the briefing room, and it asks you like, what do you want to do? You could like go patrol. You could go do traffic. You could go do different assignments and whatnot. But I chose patrol, and I like went out like doing radar and pulling people over and like checking their car, checking their person, like doing like all kinds of stuff, arresting them, doing car chases, and then you like bring them back to jail. And, like, pretty cool game. Precinct. That's what it's called.
We can see it now.
Averno City is losing the war on crime. Entire neighborhoods are in the grip of gang violence. There are daily high-speed pursuits across the city. And this just in, another armed robbery is in progress.
Every single one of you took an oath to protect this city, its residents, and your fellow brothers in blue. That's what matters.
Follow that vehicle.
Car theft in progress at Litchfield.
We got a vehicle fire here. We're the ones out there making the hard choices, and those choices are what make us who we are.
Central, get the cell ready.
We got you, scumbag.
Central to all units. Bank robbery in progress. Shots fired.
Okay, kid, you wanted the real deal? This is it.
Be advised, suspects are heavily armed. Approach with caution.
Looks like that perp has been taken into custody.
They're doing something at Warehouse 6. I'm going in.
Let's go, Rook. We don't got all day.
Units in pursuit. Stinger is deployed. Spike strip effective.
The department did everything we could to track down your father's killer.
Now we go live to a police helicopter in a pursuit operation. Cops police are deploying everything at their disposal.
Your father would have been proud of what you did today, Cordell.
Stop there. I seen a lot of kids come out of the academy all fired up about truth, justice, and the American way, only to end up either on the take or in a casket.
It's $16.99. It's because it's just under the $35 free shipping. It's $34. Oh, yeah. Yo, collector, what up? Yo, appreciate that. Hope to score. I don't think we're actually getting it. It's getting late in the day. But I appreciate you. Ooh, is that that little mini crawlers, little micro crawlers? Oh, I have a few. Low Seavers Traxxas. Well, I don't have any of those. Which one is that? It's a low C. Oh, you have the 6x6 Traxxas. Oh, that's cool. What is that? Which one do you have? The Losi or the Traxxas? Boom. Boop. Oops. So you know what? You know what's best in that situation? This truck right here. The Traxxas Summit. You get to like choose the differential lock. You can put them all 4 lock. Put it in low gear. I would actually bomb it up in high gear, but whatever. Yeah, I'll give you a follow, man. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, you have a Mavic 2 Pro? Yo. I have a DJI Neo. Yeah, Trevish. 100%. They're holding out on my ETB pre-order. They're holding us all hostage. They're watching us and laughing. Hey, yo, you play Fortnite, I see. Yo, been camping on PC Fight for days now. That's right. Here's the problem. I did that. I've been doing that. I do the same. But the last time there was a drop, it blocked me. Right away, I got the what was it, code 16 or whatever, error 16 or some shit like that, or I forgot what it was, but their security services blocked me. I'm like, is it because I refresh the page every 20 minutes? Is that why? But then I pull out my phone and I turn off Wi-Fi and I get in fine. So that's how I've been getting in. Once I like see that it starts the queue, I'm like, ooh, I pull out my phone and I load it on my phone. No, I didn't find out about the Best Buy drops this morning until later, like afterwards. I'm like, yo, Best Buy dropping pre-orders before PC? What's going on here? Four weeks for my birthday. I get a console soon. So I'll be back real soon. Yo, fucking, I'm looking forward to it, brother. Yo, Riley, check this out. Ready? Check this out. Hold on, where is it? Hey. I'm ready to go, bro. I'm waiting on you. Shit. What screen was I on? Okay.
I mean, I was nice. I told them to leave me alone and don't be little shitty cheaters.
You did.
And then they died like little shitty cheaters. I mean, if you're gonna, publicize that you're an idiot, don't be mad when somebody calls you stupid.
Free battle rage, so if anybody needs a selfie vibe. I did.
I already have a selfie. Oh, when? Yeah, you coming with? You're fine.
They did donate a nice TAC V.
TAC V. That's what you need to complete that mission for Winchester.
Oh yeah.
You just gotta shoot some bots from like 25 meters.
Hey, you two. Is that in?
I don't think it actually matters where, just 25 meters. But it has to be a queue, so, the right guys. Well,
I told my niece,
no.
I see you two rocking
Yeah,
around.
so AQ would only be Al
She starts
Mazrah,
crying.
mostly. Alright, now we have to go to Vondel and get the weapons case one more time.
Okay, Vondel.
Because it reset your mission, right? Or do you have to? Or is that the one you have to do 1, 2, 3, not all 3?
No, 1, 2, 3, and it's just Koshi now without dying.
Oh, okay. No. There's another one after you do that where you have to do all 3 of them without dying, or I think it says without going down. So you have to complete each one of them, and you can't even go down or some shit like that.
It says without dying.
Yeah, that's the easy one. You just have to, get the weapons case out basically. And you have to be alive. You can't have your buddy exfil with it.
Vondel. Okay.
Whoa. No, we're going to Koshi. Sorry.
Tech Siege. Go. Okay. One pump time.
Yeah, sure. That's a good one for Koshi.
Koshi running.
Yeah, Mike played up.
Curious.
It's definitely Mike that played up.
He was Damascus, and I lost him.
What?
Yeah, I lost my Damascus dude.
That sucks.
Only because me and my buddy are like, let's go in with Damascus. Because we could get it anytime we want to. See how long it takes us to die from a hacker with it. We did 6 games before dying to a hacker.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. I brought it in. Alright. Kill 6 enemies in a range of 2 or 3 armored enemies with it. So, you can do that in Koshi's, right?
What?
The 25-meter kill. Are they the right
No.
spots?
No, those are Coney.
Dang it! I was hoping. I was hoping. I was hoping.
You'll have to do it in Al Mazrah before we go underneath. I'm just drinking my favorite. It's Wisconsin Belgian Red from New Glarus, Wisconsin. It is delicious. If you haven't tried it, it's a cherry wheat ale. Very good. So, just enjoying my favorite beer and my favorite video game.
Spit him out.
Having a good time.
Yes, but Al Mazrah and Koshi are my map. Vandal is not.
Hey, Northy, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, we're not that far from Koshi.
What the heck are they selling Ditto measuring cups? That's crazy. Everything's crazy. If you guys have been watching the stream for a while, I think I must have said that's crazy like 100 times. All right, Chrome's crashing out. What's going on, Chrome? Wow, it's Evie? I don't know. Espeon? No, Sylveon? No, is that Sylveon? That's Espeon? Flareon? Umbreon? Leafeon? Jolteon? This is Vaporeon? That's Vaporeon. Who's this? Another Eon? Yo, you missed the drop. Bro, Pixar didn't happen, okay? I'm live streaming to show proof.
There's no box.
I was even on the... It's Glaceon. That's it. Glaceon. EV, Vaporeon, Espeon, Flareon, Umbreon, Jolteon, Glaceon, Leafeon, Sylveon. Okay, whoa. When I remembered Pokemon, it was Eevee, Eevee, Vaporeon, Flareon, and Jolteon. That was it. All these other people came in. No, then we traveled to different regions. I only knew Kanto, and then I grew to be a real big boy. I stopped watching the shows after that. Did like Ash grow up? Like whatever happened to Ash Ketchum? Charizard killed him. Wouldn't that be funny? Yo, the story of him and Charizard? Him and that Charmander, bro. And then he turned into Charmeleon and then Charizard? When he became Charizard, he's like, I'm not listening to you. Come on.
This is the oldest booster pack on the list, but the least expensive. These weren't sold at retail. Instead, they were a promotional product given out to some game stores and at an E3 event in 1998. Each pack contains 24 Shadowless cards from base set. Now, if you have one of these, please keep it sealed. There is no holo, no Charizard or anything fancy like that, just some basic cards to learn how to play. The other packs in this video are expensive because of the cards that might be inside, but this 1998 demo pack is expensive because it's a historically prominent piece of Pokemon history. This is the first ever English Pokemon card product, predating even first edition booster packs. This vintage fossil pack has a red Pokemon logo. No, it's not an error, it's intentional, and yes, the cards inside are different. Now, the lore goes pretty deep on these, and I actually made a whole video on them, but beware, it's an older one. Anyways, the red logo was a mystery for a long time. Originally, we did think this was an error. I actually bought a jungle pack with a red logo many years ago, back when this was the main theory. However, it has since then been revealed that the red logo was likely a counterfeiting measure. You see, these red logo packs were exclusive to Australia, who got sent a little bit later than North America. This meant that counterfeits had time to be introduced into the Australian market. But those fakes would have yellow logos. You'd be able to identify an authentic pack by its red logo. There are some other theories, like the packs being manufactured in Asia, and the root of that idea is that the Chinese base set actually did have a red logo. Anyways, the English print of Fossil has a kind of secret second print. The non-holos have a 1999 to 2000 copyright date. They're super rare because they come from the red packs, as well as red theme decks. The jungle packs contain regular jungle cards though, so they don't demand
Yo,
premium that
I'll be here every day, Abinator.
EX Deoxys,
It's tomorrow, bro.
Forces, Delta Species, Legend Maker,
4 o'clock. I'm waiting for 4 o'clock to hit, then I'm pressing that refresh.
and Power Keepers all came out between 2005 and 2007, and each of these sets
Oh, playlist. What playlist you got? Art, PCP, training, battle.
has gold stars in it. And if you don't know what those are yet, I made a whole video on them as well. It's also an old one, so beware. But basically, they're like the next generation of Shining cards. At the time of this video, the cheapest gold star is Regirock at about $200 USD. So they aren't all worth a fortune, but the big hitters like Charizard, Mew, Pikachu, Mewtwo, Gyarados, and Rayquaza, or Rayquaza, are spread out throughout these sets. These cards single-handedly inflated this whole era of Pokemon card booster packs. Not just because they're cool though. The timing is important, because Pokemon was at a low point in popularity, so they didn't overprint these sets. They kind of underprinted them, or short printed these sets. These cards are truly rare, and there's insane value. A heavy Hold-On Phantoms pack recently sold for $700. Now if you get lucky and you pull the Pikachu Gold Star, it can sell for $1,000 raw, or 20 grand if you get it graded at a PSA 10. Now opening $700 booster packs is so far out of my budget, but some people have that money, and we can see these sales on eBay. It's public information, so the demand is there. With the recent release of Destined Rivals, a Team Rocket themed set, the 2004 EX Team Rocket Returns packs have jumped up in price. But not by much. You see, EX Team Rocket Returns introduced Gold Stars with Trico, Torchic, and Mudkip. Here's some recent sales data for the Torchic Gold Star. So yeah, the packs were already expensive. Even though those three carry the set, there are a bunch of hidden gems in here. The EX Team Rocket cards brought a new look we hadn't really seen before. These were classic EX cards, so they have these silver Cosmos hollow borders, but they're also dark type Pokemon. And there are a lot of them in the set, 11 actually. Now, these are chase cards, but if we look at the regular rares, we start to understand why this set is goated. Pretty much every card
24-hour stream
These are
until
dual
drop
type
tomorrow.
cards with phenomenal artwork, and even the trainer cards are cool. With an updated
We'll
Here Comes
see.
Team Rocket card featuring Jesse and James, a Rocket-themed energy card,
I could arrange for that.
a random Charmeleon, which is actually a secret.
I gotta sleep at some point.
It's kind of hard not to pull a killer card from this booster pack. This video is sponsored by me.
Hey. Still looking at me.
I recently launched the Sleep No Card Behind store, and right now we're offering these beautiful set trackers. Listen, these are downloads that are yours to keep forever. Unlike websites and apps which can break, go down for maintenance, or just disappear, our set trackers can be stored completely offline and no one can take them away from you. After making the purchase, you'll get an email with a PDF download. Click the link, and just like that, you'll have your very own copy to edit and customize. We're working hard to offer a blend of vintage sets, modern sets, and species sets. We also offer the latest McDonald's set tracker free of charge so you can try before you buy. Okay, let's get back to the video. This pack's value comes directly from the cards in the set. The Shining cards are some of the oldest Grail pieces. These are shiny Pokemon, with the first appearance being Shining Magikarp and Shining Gyarados from the previous set, Neo Revelation. These cards go for crazy.
Hey, I'm saving big with TD Insurance for being a claims-free hybrid driving university grad.
Wow, dude. You should have your own jingle.
Who saves with TD Insurance because he's a claims-free hybrid driving university grad who signed up online. It's Dave. You can totally save, just not exactly like Dave.
Prices, and if they have a first edition stamp, they become pretty much unaffordable for the average collector, with heavy packs just peaking over the $1,000 price point. By the way, these older booster packs are weighable. Not every pack had a guaranteed holo in it, but the ones that do have a holo are slightly heavier. So if you browse eBay and see packs being referred to as heavy or light, this is what that means. For this video, I'm counting only heavy packs. But even though the pack is heavy, pulling a Shining Pokemon can be worth it. Shining Mewtwo, Tyranitar, and Celebi can sell for
It's a pizza button. They're supposed to be soft, bro.
but the first edition Shining Charizard
That's raw.
can go for 5 figures.
I didn't put it in the oven at all. It was actually like room
Quick
temperature.
lesson. There are 4 different versions of base set. First edition, Shadowless, Unlimited, and the 2000 print. They look the same but have subtle differences that strongly influence price. First edition is the most sought after, and I don't think anything will change that. But I think Shadowless is often
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
overlooked.
Did that say
Actually,
$71?
Shadowless, Unlimited, and the 2000 print. They look the same but have subtle differences that strongly influence price.
Wow, I had
First
one.
edition is the most sought after, and I don't think
That's
anything
cool.
will change that. But I think Shadowless is often overlooked. Actually, Shadowless is my favorite version of base set. The cards are too expensive to buy all at once, but affordable with some saving and budgeting. And people don't talk about this often, but Shadowless might be harder to find than first edition. Remember, when Shadowless first came out, it was the original Unlimited. People sleeved their first edition cards, but built decks and played with their Shadowless copies. Anyways, Shadowless cards are still very desirable and expensive, and the Charizard in mint condition is worth more than the average person's paycheck, so the booster packs reflect that. Expedition, Aquapolis, and Skyridge make up the 3-part E-Series of vintage Pokemon cards. Some of you watching may not own any E-Series cards, and that's because they're extremely rare relative to other vintage sets. These came out between 2002 and 2003. This was a time when Pokemon was experiencing its first dip in popularity, so naturally they produced fewer products. But also the redesign of the cards was pretty drastic, and this turned some people off. Now, I've seen reports of the E-Series being difficult to sell, but if you do some digging, you'll also find out that there wasn't much marketing material. Typically, this is an indicator of budget cuts, which would align with the growing tensions between the Pokemon Company and Wizards of the Coast. As we all know, the Pokemon Company chose to let them go in order to handle the international cards themselves. Wizards were reportedly not very happy about this and even knew months in advance that they weren't renewing the contract. So the lack of product and marketing behind the E-Series could be a result of the card's declining popularity. But the whole contract thing with Wizards may have been a factor too. Either way, E-Series packs are expensive because they are extremely rare. Skyridge is the most expensive of the 3 because it's the most scarce and it was the last set. But also because E-Series cards are kind of sick. Crystal Pokemon are some of the most sought after in the entire hobby, but other E-Series holos like Umbreon, Espeon, Gengar, Gyarados, Houndoom, Mewtwo, and Mew are stunningly beautiful and demand a high price, and those are just some examples. There are dozens of nice E-Series holos. The E-Series sets are a great example of what make a collectible valuable. Okay, this looks like a legendary collection pack, but inside are 5 expedition cards with the words "for position only" printed on the illustration. Oh, and sometimes a manhole cover card. So, back in 2001, Wizards of the Coast was experimenting and developing the English E-Series cards, the ones we just talked about. For whatever reason, some prototypes ended up in these legendary collection booster packs and somehow made their way into circulation. The legend goes that the packs were for internal use only and were never meant to leave the offices. However, after being thrown away, someone retrieved them from the trash. Now, obviously, these cards are expensive today, and I regret not purchasing them when I had a chance a few years ago. But there are no public sales available for the sealed pack, so I placed it here on the list, as I believe it would sell for at least 1,000. Each card from this pack is worth quite a bit, but the pack itself is also historical. So I didn't expect the Legendary Collection to be this high on the list. It kind of surprised me, to be honest, but as I analyzed it further, I found several critical factors influencing the pack's value. So the first and most obvious factor is the incredible reverse holo pattern. Every card in the set has one, and yes, that includes the big 3, but also a handful of other popular Pokemon. Every single one of these is worth a few $100, by the way.
It's happening again.
Get a load of this show off. With this Walmart delivery pass, we get...
Now, if you're a fan of my content, then maybe you notice that I always show the Persian when talking about these. Well, that's because despite the fact that I was actively collecting when these came out, it's the only Legendary Collection reverse holo that I have. Which leads us to the next fact.
That's a sick
Scarcity.
card.
Legendary Collection was an oddball set. It has no Japanese counterpart. This was international only, and each card is a reprint. This expansion set was specifically designed to make the cards more accessible to players. The TCG would suffer if kids couldn't obtain the cards they needed to play. So, in other words, this set is a collection of the most playable cards released thus far, with a collectible version of each one. But some people hated the set. Digging through Reddit, I found some commenters who remember disliking the reverse holos, and even throwing them in the garbage, which sounds crazy, but back in the day, they did look a lot like the sparkly bootleg cards that infiltrated playgrounds. And I think it's universally agreed upon that reprint sets are less exciting than new sets. So, to sum it up, this booster pack is now crazy expensive, not only because of the cards inside, which are a huge factor, but also the unique set design that influenced the scarcity of the product today. And I think these get opened more often than other vintage packs.
I was focused. I was fucking drifted off, bro.
As displayable as the reverse holos are. So there were some surprises on this list, but yeah, the most expensive pack is the 1999 first edition base set booster pack. Inside this pack are 11 first edition cards from base set, all in mint condition, and there is a chance of the Holy Grail first edition Charizard. This card should be familiar to everyone because it's been the poster child of Pokemon cards for almost 30 years now. But at $6,000 a pack,
Never had
it's
one.
still quite a gamble because it might not even be a 10. You see, a grade of 10 means that the card has to be in perfect condition and also has been manufactured to a specific standard. If the edges or corners have any damage or if the card is off-center, it could be a 9 or less, which would knock the value down to about 20 grand. Also, heavy booster packs can be CT scanned to identify the exact holo card that's inside. Yeah. The fun and games of gambling on a $3 pack of cards are long gone. But since we now know exactly what is inside, what would a sealed first edition pack be worth if we knew there was a guaranteed Charizard?
Oh.
Unfortunately, there's no record of a public sale yet, but I can imagine it's well over $10,000.
Okay, first of all, like, what is like
$10,000. Anything else? Is that it? This is my homepage? 12 videos and not one that I want. Every Pokemon card explained in 22 minutes.
They were released in Japan in 1996. The first set was called Expansion Pack. In the bottom right, you'll see a rarity symbol, but the first round of cards to be distributed did not have rarity symbols. Collectors in the hobby call these the no rarity cards, which are among the most expensive and, ironically, rare cards today. The Pokemon Illustrator is famously the most expensive Pokemon card ever sold publicly. It was awarded to the winners of an illustration contest in Japan in 1997 and 1998. Only 39 were officially distributed, but 41 are known to have existed. This is the original English Pokemon card, released in 1999. The first set is called Base Set and has 4 different versions. The first version is first edition, and you can tell by the stamp outside the illustration window. The second version is shadowless. It's identical but lacks the first edition stamp. The third version is unlimited and has many visual enhancements, most notably a shadow. The fourth version is identical but has a new copyright year of 1999 to 2000. Vintage Pokemon cards are split into two categories, first edition and unlimited. The only difference is the stamp, which makes the card much more valuable. However, they scrapped this idea in 2002. First edition cards are no longer printed. Japanese cards have a different first edition stamp, and this started in 2002 but ran all the way till 2016. This is a hollow Pokemon card. Some people call
My
it
Ghastly turned into a Diglett. That's fine.
hologram, holographic, or holofoil. The card has a very thin layer of aluminum with beautiful patterns that capture light in a pleasurable way. This is a reverse holo. The shiny part of the card is now the inverse. They can come in many different designs and patterns, which usually change when a new series of cards is announced. Some of the older sets have reverse holos that look like this, where they have a set stamp on them. But nowadays, all reverse holos look like this one. Ancient Mew is a one-of-a-kind card. There are a few different versions of Ancient announced. Some of the older sets have reverse holos that look like this, where they have a set stamp on them. But nowadays, all reverse holos look like this one. Ancient Mew is a one-of-a-kind card. There are a few different versions of Ancient Mew, most notably the Nintendo error, where they misspelled Nintendo. But it's still unique because they never made another Ancient card like this. To get one, you had to see Pokemon the movie 2000 in theaters about 25 years ago. A trainer card's
I had that card.
purpose is to assist you in battle. This can be in the form of searching your deck for a specific card, healing damaged Pokemon, and more. These would later evolve and become much more robust, splitting up into different types of trainer cards, like Supporter, Stadium, Tools, and Technical Machines, to name a few, which all have specific use cases. Most of them are fairly basic and not very collectible, but there are a few exceptions. Prize cards are what they sound like, cards that were awarded as a tournament prize. Many of these come in the form of trainer cards. They may not look like a flashy Charizard, but they're actually very sought after. For example, this second place trophy Pikachu sold for $500,000. These cards are so rare and expensive because of their scarcity. Dark Pokemon were first introduced in Team Rocket, one of the original sets from 2000. These are Pokemon that are implied to be on Team Rocket and are evil in some way. They've gone to the dark side, if you will. Their illustrations reflect that with darker colors and aggressive poses. Inversely, light Pokemon are drawn to look serene and with lighter colors. The border around the illustration window and evolution box is lighter as well, brightening up the overall aesthetic of the card. Both light and dark Pokemon are evolved, as Pokemon are presumably born innocent, and their light or dark path is determined by their trainers. Shining cards are a special type of Pokemon card that says Shining before the Pokemon's name. They're the only cards with 3 stars for a rarity symbol and are very expensive today. Gold stars have a gold star symbol after the Pokemon's name. This is a newer version of Shining Pokemon. Again, they are very rare. There is a total of 28, with one being a modern throwback released in 2021. Back to 2002. We saw the release of the E-Series. These cards were redesigned and have a thick yellow border with a type of barcode. These actually held data that could be scanned into your Pokemon game using a Game Boy Advance e-reader attachment. These e-reader strips were carried on past the E-Series, so you can sometimes find a sleeker and streamlined version of it on slightly newer cards, but they were mostly phased out by 2004. Beginning in 2004, the winners of the annual Pokemon World Championship get their decks turned into an official product. And this includes cards with a special back and the champion's signature on each card. They also have gray borders and are non-hollow. There are 9 special e-reader cards called Crystal Pokemon. These bad boys are all normal type Pokemon upon first appearance, but they have a special crystal type ability that shifts their type to whatever energy you attached for that turn. These are all extremely rare and expensive and cool. EX cards were the first big game mechanic to shape up the official trading card game. Each new series updates its core mechanic in the form of some powerful cards. In this case, EX cards were the new thing. Usually, the new game mechanic card will have a rule box stating that they are worth more points to your opponent if they can knock them out. Owner's Pokemon, sometimes called Trainer's Pokemon, are cards that represent a human-Pokemon relationship. Sometimes this is a Gym Leader's Pokemon, other times it's a Team's Pokemon, like Team Rocket. This pops up every few years in some way, shape, or form. It started back with Gym Heroes and Gym Challenge. We see it in some mid-era sets like Platinum, and even modern sets like Journey Together. There is one exception where a Pokemon is not owned by a human, but rather a region. These are Holon's Pokemon. Delta Species cards are a fan favorite. They'll actually say Delta Species at the top and have a Delta symbol. The gimmick here is that the Pokemon's usual type is switched to something else. We see a Dark type Charizard, an Electric Gyarados, a Psychic Ninetales, and more. Some even have 2 types, like this Metal and Fighting Blastoise. They also have unique holo designs with gold holo borders and holo showing on the Pokemon itself. Alright, it's time to talk about promotional cards. So a promo card is pretty much any card that you get outside of a booster pack or pre-built deck.
You don't want a bath.
What if dogs actually like what's good for them? Now they will. Pedigree Pouch, as healthy as it is tasty for your dog.
Some will actually say promo on them with a black star, and these belong to their own black star promo set. Other promo cards will look almost identical to a regular card though. For example, some of the promos have a different holo pattern, and that's the only difference. Or sometimes the only difference will be a stamp. However, there are lots of promo cards that only exist as a promo, like the Gray Felt-Tap Pikachu. That's right, promos can be expensive, or they can be dirt cheap. It all depends on where and when and how many were made. Sometimes entire sets are released as promos. For example, the Southern Island set from 2001 or the McDonald's sets, which come around every year. Some pre-built decks or deck kits come with exclusive cards. These are kind of a gray area when it comes to labels. You could call these promos. They are effectively the same thing, but really they're just cards that can only be found in one specific product. Sometimes it's the whole card that's exclusive, like Ash's Pikachu and Team Rocket's Mimikyu. But other times it's as simple as an exclusive Cracked Ice holo pattern. And it's not uncommon to find non-holo cards in a deck that should be otherwise holo. This is a lenticular card. As you move it, 3 different forms of the Pokemon Deoxys become visible. This is kind of like having 3 cards in one. Since it has a layer of plastic, it's extra thick. Now this is the only lenticular card that exists today, and it's exclusive to Japan. However, there are a few lenticular jumbo cards available. All jumbo cards are promos, by the way. So a jumbo card, also called oversized, is a giant version of a Pokemon card. The most common place to find them is in collection boxes, but some can only be obtained through promotions like special events or through limited offers at retail stores like GameStop. A smaller oversized card was added as a box topper in some early sets in 2002. They only made a handful of these, then stopped, so there are no new cards that retain this odd size. Level X cards are the new EX cards. They're the mechanic change-up for the Diamond and Pearl series. These evolve from a Stage 2 Pokemon, so they act as a kind of Super Saiyan evolution, further powering up a Pokemon like Charizard, for example. The bright pink cards are called Ace Spec. These are kind of like trainer cards, but on steroids. You're limited to 1 per deck, and they allow players to build some pretty strong strategies. They were recently introduced back into the TCG, but were originally brought in during the Black and White series. Alright, it's time to talk about energy cards. So in the game, Pokemon need a specific amount of energy to perform an attack. and that energy needs to match the type of Pokemon, in most cases. Most energy cards are worthless to collectors and worth just pennies to the average player. But there are hundreds of collectible energy cards that have exclusive holo patterns, stamps, designs, and more. There's a lot to collect. Even the regular non-holo energy cards get a refresh every few months now. And there are special energies that vary, like Rainbow, Mist, Boomerang, Spiky, and Legacy, just to name a few. This is a Pokemon Prime. Oddly enough, the card doesn't say Prime on it, and it's missing some details, like a Pokedex entry. These are the main game mechanic for the Heart Gold and Soul Silver series. They feature close-up illustrations of the Pokemon. Legend cards were introduced the same time as Prime cards, but are pretty much different in every way possible. These cards have two pieces, and most of them feature two legendary Pokemon. They have to both be played in order to use them in the game. One more strange card that was featured during this time is the Unknown Lithograph cards. Now these are actually trainer cards, so I won't get too detailed. Just fun little fun fact for you. Okay, a full art card is a card that features artwork across the entire card, like this. First introduced in black and white and reserved for secret rares, is now extremely common in modern sets. In fact, it's so common that it's no longer referred to as a full art and has multiple subcategories. Trainer cards can be full arts, which is a whole sub-niche within the hobby. Today, it's easiest to define a full art by its rarity. For example, this is an illustration rare, and this is a special illustration rare. It's worth noting that the special illustration rare has texture on the card. An alternate art is what it sounds like, an alternate artwork, but the card's details are the same. Either can be used in the game and have the same attacks and HP. When alt arts were first introduced, they actually had their own little alt art symbol, but this went away, and alt art became a term that people used even though it wasn't official. In modern sets, we often get multiple variations of a single card, and the term alt art is being used less. EX cards were reintroduced in black and white, but they used an uppercase EX this time. They're essentially the same thing, but have some nuanced differences. Now, I did make a whole video on these game mechanics switch-ups, if you want to go more in depth on all the different types of EXs. The Radiant Collection is a subset of cards featured in the Black and White series and have unique holo patterns and designs. Since it's a subset, they feature their own numbering system. A subset is pretty much a set within a set. The Radiant Collection can be found within Legendary Treasures booster packs. Gold cards came at the same time and are quite similar in a lot of ways. These are now specified as hyper rares and are exceedingly rare and difficult to find. That being said, they're kind of ugly and tend to sell for cheap prices on the secondary market. Only one silver card exists, and that's Dialga EX. It was released in Phantom Forces back in 2014, and it's turned out to become a pretty expensive card today. MEX cards stand for Mega EX, and this is a TCG version of Mega Evolutions, which are a core part of the games. This is an upgrade past the Pokemon's final evolution, so for example, Gengar can evolve into Mega Gengar.
Not that.
This is a half art, but I've heard some people call it a full art, or even a 3/4 art. It's just a different style of full art card. At the top, you'll notice a box of text. This is officially known as an ancient trait, and it's kind of like an additional ability or a special power for the Pokemon. These extend beyond this awkward 3/4 art style, and some EX, like Primal Groudon and Kyogre EX, have this too. We got some dual-type Pokemon cards during the XY series. These are kind of similar to some of the Delta species that have two types, but they're a little more advanced, and the card itself has a unique design where the types are split diagonally. Team Plasma cards featured a blue border and a blue insignia on the lower half of the card. The gimmick here, as it relates to the TCG, is that Team Plasma cards interact with each other, and this extends to Team Plasma trainer cards. Unfortunately, Team Flare didn't get the same treatment, but there are two Flare-themed trainer cards that look kind of cool. I guess you could call a break card a full art, but it's really a beast of its own. These are commonly cited as the ugliest Pokemon cards, although some of us have a soft spot for them. They're horizontally oriented, like the Legend cards, but act similar to the Level X cards we covered earlier. I felt like we had to include this amazingly interesting card. This is M Sachiko EX, a promotional card from the XY series that was gifted to attendees at a special event held for Pokemon's 20th anniversary. Sachiko is a Japanese singer who has performed many original songs for the Pokemon franchise. An Ultra Beast is a subcategory of Pokemon that come from Ultra Space, as opposed to regular Pokemon who call a local region home. Oh, and Ishihara. In the TCG, this doesn't mean much, but an Ultra Beast card is going to have some sort of effect on your opponent's prize cards. GX cards are the main game mechanic for the Sun and Moon series. They're similar to EX and Level X and feature some pretty neat full art designs. Rainbow cards were introduced in Sun and Moon, included in the following series, Sword and Shield, but did not make the cut for the modern sets we see today. They're fully textured and are a rainbow-colored version of another card in the set or series. They're secret rares and hard to pull from a booster pack. Now, they don't look great on screen, but they look and feel pretty nice when you actually have one in person. They brought back Shining Pokemon. Once more in Sun and Moon. Although they are visually appealing and have added texture, they didn't reach the legendary status of the other Shining cards. These are much easier to collect and a lot easier to find too. In the Sun and Moon series, you'll also find Prism cards. These aren't flashy full arts, but rather simple cards with a small prism after the Pokemon's name and a large prism on the bottom half. You're limited to one per deck and they're pretty powerful. A tag team card features multiple Pokemon on one card. As you can imagine, these make for some pretty spectacular illustrations and are all sought after today. Some tag team cards even have alternate arts or rainbow versions. These were only available in the Sun and Moon series, but we all kind of are hoping for them to come back today. Shiny Pokemon have a special background and feature Pokemon with an alternative color palette. They are full art cards and secret rares. Baby Shinies are something different. It's a nickname given by collectors and describes the shiny Pokemon that are sought after today. Some tag team cards even have alternate arts or rainbow versions. These were only available in the Sun and Moon series, but we all kind of are hoping for them to come back today. Shiny Pokemon have a special background and feature Pokemon with an alternative color palette. They are full art cards and secret rares. Baby Shinies are something different. It's a nickname given by collectors and describes the shiny Pokemon that retain the original card design. These Pokemon aren't actually babies. V-cards are the series game mechanic for Sword and Shield. They're full art glossy cards with a black border. 3 personalized V-cards were created for Katy Perry, J Balvin, and Post Malone, featuring each pop star on the card with select Pokemon. Only one of each were made and were gifted directly to the singers. VMAX cards are powered-up versions of V-cards. These are the TCG versions of Gigantamax or Dynamax Pokemon from video games. They feature a slightly darker art style unless they are an alternate art version. V-Star cards are a branch off of the V, not VMAX, which is kind of confusing, but most Pokemon will have either a VMAX or V-Star card, with only a few exceptions like Charizard having both. And of course, V-Union was a new gimmick where 4 cards could be combined to form one large card. Think of Exodia from the Yu-Gi-Oh! However, Exodia was powerful and V-Union cards stunk pretty bad. In fact, they only made a few and then they disappeared. In 2021, a special half deck was created specifically for employees of Creatures to receive as an anniversary gift. Each card represents a year since Pokemon's creation, with a card chosen from that year. Each of these are extremely unique, but some notable ones are Chansey and Charizard. Recently, we've gotten a handful of these gold cards that use a mix of black and negative space to create a very visually appealing design. However, they suffer from the same undervalued fate as regular gold cards. We've even seen some alternate colors being thrown in, but the truth is, people just don't like gold cards. Amazing Rares are a handful of cards spread out among a few other sets. At first they don't seem to be that special, but they have a unique design and are quite beautiful with a special holo pattern and background illustration that extends beyond the illustration window. Radiant Rares come in with a similar vibe, but actually have quite a few differences. These are shiny Pokemon, which means they have an alternative color palette again, and each feature a reverse holo pattern that many consider to be the best to date. They're pretty strong too, with a limit of 1 per deck. This is an official Pokemon TCG metal card. Nope, just kidding. This is a bootleg that you'll find on eBay or Etsy or Amazon. There are only a few official metal cards, and they look a lot nicer. The first 2 to be released were Pikachu and Charizard, then after that Arceus, then Mew, then Greninja. So far, they have only been available in Ultra Premium Collection products. The Pokemon Go set in Sword and Shield had a Ditto card, but it was disguised as a Spinarak, Numel, or Bidoof that you had to actually peel off to reveal the Ditto. This is the only time they'd ever done products. The Pokemon Go set in Sword and Shield had a Ditto card, but it was disguised as a Spinarak. Numel, or Bidoof. The Pokemon Go set in Sword and Shield had a Ditto card, but it was disguised as a Spinarak, Numel, or
Numal. No Dittos for me.
Bidoof that you had to actually peel off to reveal the Ditto. This is the only time they'd ever done something like this. This is a Pokemon My First Battle card. You can see they've been simplified, and this comes from a product designed to teach the Pokemon TCG to youngsters. As the game has evolved, it's gotten more complicated, so this is a return to the good old days when it was easier to understand. These cards also have a unique back on them. The Trainer Gallery and Galarian Gallery are subsets in the Sword and Shield series that feature a full range of beautiful full art cards. The Trainer Gallery features Pokemon bonded with their trainer, while the Galarian Gallery features Pokemon or trainers from the Galarian region with phenomenal artwork. Sword and Shield gave us different fighting styles. So this was denoted with a small label under the HP of a Pokemon, and this was an added layer to strategizing in the TCG. The idea was to choose a fighting style, like Single Strike, and use cards in your deck that also have the Single Strike label. The cards synergize and benefit with each other. This was also carried into the Scarlet and Violet series with Ancient and Future, and functions the same. It fits with the overall theme of Ancient and Future Pokemon from the video games. Scarlet and Violet also brought back EX, which look like this. Again, they function similarly to other EX Pokemon. We also got terrestrialized Pokemon, which give the Pokemon funny little crystal hats and also sometimes changes their type, not unlike the old Delta species cards. Terra Pokemon can't receive damage when they're on the bench during a match. We also saw the introduction of Pokeball Reverse Hollows. These are fully textured reverse hollow cards with a Pokeball on them. There is a rare variation now, where the Pokeball is replaced with a Master Ball. These tend to demand higher prices on the secondary market. We also saw the introduction of Pokeball Reverse Hollows. These are fully textured We'll talk about how to grade a card in a minute, but first we need to discuss why people grade cards, and it's not as simple as you may think. The biggest reason is probably resale value. Tens are where the money is made, and there is a lot of money to be made. Some people have built huge businesses by purchasing raw collections, grading them, and selling the tens. But there is risk involved. Unfortunately, having a card graded really means you're paying for an opinion. There's a long-running joke that your grader might have had a bad day, and as a result, your card got a lower grade than it deserved. Even though this is a joke, there's some truth in here. And we know this because there are thousands of examples online of people cracking slabs open and resubmitting their cards until he gets a 10, because 10s sell for a lot more than 9s. Now, resubmitting isn't free. You're essentially submitting another card, therefore paying the fee again. Because of this, companies that utilize machine learning or AI to grade a card are on the rise. The theory behind this is that you should be able to resubmit a card and receive the exact same grade every time. but most cards are still being graded by humans, which means it's a bit of a gamble. Another perk is that grading companies will authenticate your card, so once it's in a slab, you know it's not fake. Most of the time. Unfortunately, the more money, the more corruption and scheming tend to leak into the hobby. Now, I don't want to discourage anyone
what up,
from
buddy?
buying a first grade card, but there are fake slabs out there. Some labels will have a QR code on the back that you can scan, and it will take you to the high resolution scan of that card. This way you can compare the hollow pattern or unique characteristics to confirm that no funny business is going on. And while you're on there, you can check out the population report. You see, each service has a
Oh, I'm just waiting to see if this page is going to refresh and give me some goodies, but doesn't look like that's happening today. And I got lost in this YouTube video. And here I am now.
report that displays how many
Hope all
cards
is well
have
with
been
you.
graded and at which grades. For example, that Umbreon card that everyone loves has been graded by PSA over 20,000 times, and most of them got 10s. We can learn a lot from analyzing a pop report. For example, the first edition Snorlax from Jungle has been graded over 4,000 times, but only 47 have received a 10. So it's probably pretty expensive to buy a 10. By the way, this would also suggest that it's a good opportunity to make some money if you happen to have a raw gem mint copy at home. My advice, even though I said this would be unbiased, is to just enjoy it for yourself. Grade the card that you want to grade, and if you see...
Well, I opened packs at the track this past weekend. Pulled a few pretty cool cards. A nice Charmander. Mew. Opened the Charizard box. I got a Charizard promo. Same thing with the Alakazam promo. Pretty cool cards, but today's the 14th. We have new Pokemon cards dropping on the 18th. But online, what I'm looking at is for the next Pokemon cards that are going to drop in September. You always got to think ahead.
An opportunity to make some money, take it. Grading cards and selling them or trading them to obtain a card you want more is very reasonable and acceptable. Let's start at the beginning. The first thing you have to do is choose a grading service. They all offer different slabs, labels, pricing, and perks. However, the industry is heavily dominated by PSA. They grade the most cards and tend to sell for the highest on the secondary market. The downside is that they are a little more expensive, and they'll charge you extra if you have something special like a first edition Charizard, for example. A couple more are CGC and BGS, also known as Beckett. Both companies grade on a scale of 1 to 10, just like PSA, but offer a grade higher than 10. These are pristine 10s, or perfect 10s, meaning that these cards are perfect in every way. We'll talk more about these in the pre-grading section. In this industry, people tend to choose one grading service and declare their loyalty to them. But it's important to remain unbiased and send your cards to whichever service is best for you.
Huh. Yo, thanks, guns, bro. It's unfortunate that my connection up there wasn't better, but it was a fun weekend, that's for sure.
And that's why I've partnered with Whatnot to give away this lot of graded cards. That's right, you can win all of these. Whatnot is a social marketplace where live auctions take place. And my favorite auction on Whatnot is the rapid fire slabs. This is when the seller puts a graded card on the stand and starts the timer. But sometimes the auctions are as short as 5 seconds, so you have to act fast. As you can see, I managed to snipe some pretty good deals this way, and I'm giving them all away to a random subscriber who leaves their Whatnot username in the comments below. You'll receive everything you see right here, and I'll ship anywhere in the world. I've tried to find something everyone would like and graded by a few different companies. so you can get a feel for each. It's free to sign up, and if you scan this QR code or use my link in the description, you'll get $15 off your first purchase. Don't forget to leave your Whatnot username in the comments, and thank you, Whatnot, for sponsoring this video.
Well, I saw
The
race
creator's
cars.
reputation is
So that
a
counts,
very
babe.
important factor.
Well, yeah. It was a fun weekend, man. I had there was a lot of race cars.
People trust PSA, and that's why they have such a high value on the secondary market. There are a lot of young grading companies that are only a few years old, and while they might be very good at what they do, they don't have decades of trust from the public. As a result, a 10 from these smaller companies isn't worth the same as a 10 from PSA. But that might not matter to you. A specialized label might be the perfect fit for your personal collection, and that's okay. It's all about what makes you happy. This factor also comes into play if you live outside the US. Domestic options are a lot cheaper, but resale value will suffer because Americans won't recognize the grading company. And before we move on, someone may have told you not to trust one service or another because they make mistakes. To be clear, this happens across the board. People have tested these companies by sending them fakes. For example, someone sent PSA authentic cards with fake first edition stamps, and they actually graded them. CGC recently graded fake playtest cards, and in the past graded cards as miscuts even though they were cut up at home with scissors. Beckett has been accused of favoritism a lot. This includes one person's submission receiving 81 black labels, which should be near impossible even from a statistical standpoint. None of them are perfect. Remember, this is a service they provide. They work for us. So
they work for us. Hey, why is my nose cut off? Come back down here. Hello? Oh, that's fine. They. Alright, it's almost 5 o'clock. When it hits 5, I'm going to check this page. If it doesn't refresh, I'm getting off. We're going to call it a day and say that it's not dropping today. With that being said, guns control. You want to play some video games? What do you want to play? Yep. Because if you're not playing Call of Duty DMZ, then I'm gonna go and probably play maybe Sons of the Forest or something else. I don't know. Gray Zone, maybe?
if you're looking to maximize resale value, PSA is a grading service for you. Otherwise, it's worth researching each service and deciding which one vibes the best with you. And remember, some
guys, should I send my card out to get graded?
I
don't know.
In one company, so it's in their best interest to recommend them, and sometimes slander others. Okay, choosing a card or multiple cards can be tough. There's a lot to think about, and it can get expensive the more cards you pick. But I'll tell you a secret. It's not that big of a deal. I want you to focus on getting your first submission out so you'll be more comfortable with future grading decisions. Okay, so you're flipping through your binder and trying to find some cards to send off. A few questions I ask myself are, is this better in my binder or on display? And is this something I could potentially sell if it gets a 10? It's tempting to only send cards in that look like potential 10s. Let's jump back to that Umbreon Pop report. All these 10 grades doesn't mean that all Umbreons are 10. It means most people send it in if it looks like a 10. This is because Umbreon is in high demand and a 10 sells for big bucks. You might want to look up the raw value of your card, then compare it to the graded value. all we're doing here is a little bit of research to see which cards have the highest return on investment. In some rare cases, grading can lower the value of the card. This sounds crazy, I know, but it's true. A raw card that looks like a 10 can be more expensive than a graded 9. I recently sent in this Walking Wake EX card. It looked like it could be a 10, but it got a 9, and unfortunately, it didn't really add any value, so I kind of wasted the grading fee. This is why it's important to do research beforehand. But what if you just want to send in your childhood cards, regardless of value? This is not only okay, it's encouraged. No one is going to frown upon the idea of grading a playground Charizard. In fact, some people collect cards that get a grade of 1. There's something special about a card that has visible signs of being loved. These 1 grades can sometimes outperform 2s or 3s on the market. But if you don't care about value and you don't typically display your cards, then it might be time to ask yourself if grading is even worth it. You're spending money and taking on a small amount of risk by shipping your card in the mail. It might be better to just admire grading cards from a safe distance. I mean, thanks for watching the video, but if you aren't interested in grading, then don't let others pressure you into it. And if you pulled a huge card with your kids or your partner or something, and you're wondering if you should grade it, hell yeah! Grade that puppy and preserve that memory. I think that's an awesome idea. Listen, last year I got my original Japanese starters graded. Now they didn't all get 10s, which kind of sucks, but I wanted to display them all next to each other. And I submitted them all at once, so they have sequential serial numbers. And I think that's really cool. You might not think that's really cool, and that's fine, because they're my cards. This whole hobby is about collecting the things you like. But when you do find a card you like, you might want to pre-grade it before sending it in.
What's unexpected about the Maverick? How about a hybrid engine that goes further, combined with all-wheel drive that takes you anywhere? And now, with an offer you can't ignore, get it for 4.99% purchase financing.
Pre-grading
Yo.
is simply the process of grading the card yourself.
Well, I saw
before
race
sending it away.
cars, so it depends
This
on what
can
you
help you
have.
determine whether or not the cards might score a grade of 10. This is a very common practice and a skill you can develop over time. We're going to look at 4 categories: centering, surface, edges, and corners. Centering is the first thing I like to look at. We're going to observe the symmetry of the card and check if the image is centered on the actual cardstock. There are tools you can get that help, like this one, and there are apps you can use that will calculate it for you. But with some experience, you can eyeball it pretty well. We're going to compare the top to the bottom and the left to the right. If one side is thick, the other side must be thin. Sometimes looking at the corners can help. To get CGC's pristine 10 label or Beckett's black label, the centering has to be a perfect 50-50. This means that it's perfectly centered. Otherwise, you can usually qualify for a regular 10 on centering with a 45-55 split. Oh, and by the way, depending on which service you choose, you'll want to check that company's grading guidelines while you pre-grade. They are a little bit different. For example, PSA is cool with a 45-55 centering on the front, but they'll actually allow for 75-25 on the reverse and still give you a grade of 10. Next, we want to look at the edges. Sometimes edges will look nice, but other times they'll look rough or frayed. Unfortunately, this is the result of the manufacturing process, so you'll sometimes see this if the card is pack fresh. This should lead you to the corners. They should have a nice round shape with no whitening. The cardstock is white, but of course it's covered by the ink. If some of the white shows through on the edges or corners, this is called whitening. This is most commonly found on played cards, but unfortunately it can be a byproduct of the manufacturing process as well. So again, some brand new cards can have minor whitening. Finally, we want to look at the surface of the card, front and back. Hollow foil cards are highly susceptible to scratches. Some cards have texture, and this is graded as well. Sometimes it can be defective from the factory, unfortunately, so you want to inspect closely and make sure all those little ridges and valleys are consistent. And when we're inspecting the surface, you might find it useful to use a magnifying glass and utilize different lighting. This will sometimes reveal small dents or creases. Unfortunately, this kind of damage will knock the grade down considerably with most grading companies. I have a Blastoise that appears to be gem mint, but actually has a very small indentation, knocking its grade down severely. Most grading services are going to grade each of these 4 categories on a scale of 1 to 10, and then use those individual values to generate the overall grade. Some even put the subgrades on their labels, like Beckett. If they give all 4 subgrades a 10, then you qualify for their black label, one of the most desirable grades in the industry. And keep it in mind that not all cards grade the same. A non-holo doesn't scratch easily, so it'll probably get a good surface grade. But some other cards have foil or glossy surfaces, which can easily be damaged. And each grading company has a scale on its website, so you can make an educated guess at your card's potential grade. Okay, now find the raw price and the graded price of your card and compare the two. Don't forget to subtract the grading fee. This will give you a good estimate of your costs and potential profit. Listen, this is going to feel intimidating at first, but you'll get very good very quickly with some practice. Pre-grading isn't a necessary step if you're just doing this for fun, but if you're shooting for a 10, then I would recommend
Yeah, it's a card box.
Placing your order and packing up your submission is the most intimidating step. Pretty much all services offer different tiers or packages. The faster you want your cards graded, the more expensive.
I have a few different kinds of
but
card
you can
boxes.
get a discount by sending in more cards.
Like I have these small
Once
boxes
you've
that
chosen
fit
the
like
tier
the little
that works
booster
best for
packs.
you, it's time to back up your cards.
It's like perfect
Some
fit for
grading
them.
services are
But then I
strict
have the
with
larger
how you
ones that
package
fit
your
like the
cards.
full
If you
sleeved
package
ones,
them in a way
because like
that
that's
makes
the
it
pack
hard to
itself,
unpack,
and
it
then the
could be
sleeve is a little bigger.
liability for the company.
Like the
They don't
smaller
want
one
to
fits
damage
the
your
little pack,
cards if they're
but the
forced
bigger
to
one
use
fits the
scissors
big
or
sleeve
PS
boosters.
sticky tape, for example. If you
And
screw
the
up,
big one
they
also
might
fits
charge
that
you
card
extra
saver,
or
so I
even
put
send
my
your cards back.
card in there just to
Although
keep it
I've
extra
never actually had
safe.
this happen yet. Each company is going to have different packing rules, so make sure you read their guides online. Alternatively, there are lots of YouTube submission guides for each service, but if you do this, you are putting your trust in that YouTuber, so just be careful out there. Be aware of that. Once your cards arrive at the grading facility, you should be able to follow through the grading process online. In most cases, you won't be charged until your cards are graded
Hey,
and ready to be shipped back.
talking about
By the
grading?
way, you usually have to declare a value, and this is for shipping insurance. Since grading a card usually increases its value, the insurance needs to cover the potential loss of your graded card, not the raw card. If you still find this overwhelming, using a middleman service is an option too. Recently, GameStop has become a retail middleman service. This is nice because all you have to do is
I've
drop
got
off your
two.
cards and you can basically piggyback off of GameStop's discount. The downside to using GameStop or another middleman service is that you're putting your trust in someone else, and that's a decision you have to make for yourself. But even after all this, you might be holding a card and wondering to yourself, is this worth grading? Having your card graded is kind of silly. You're paying someone to have an opinion, then encase it in plastic, and then all of a sudden you can sell it for a lot of money. But it's also pretty cool to send your card away and have it come back feeling like a little trophy you can put on display. If you want to try it out, I'd say go for it.
That's my only Toys R Us problem.
Please. You were saying.
It's just.
I got an 8.
You know,
Why did I
just
get an 8? Maybe a little clip in the
people are
corner
so
there.
mean. And it may not
Yeah,
be
the
much, but when I
edges,
was
the
young,
edges
my-
are really
my
not
parents
great.
And I would
But the card
pick
itself is in
apples,
good
and
shape.
take them and make pies, and go out into the village.
Little white dot in the corner
Pies
there.
are luxuries. They don't need luxuries. It confuses them.
But sometimes something small, something sweet, even can
This one.
make you believe that there's more to being alive.
What like happened here? Why is it 9.5 and not a 10? I can't tell. Maybe like a little tiniest dot in the bottom corner. Jeez. I guess that's it. See, this doesn't make sense because it got a 10, but it's got a little white dot in the corner. So if that's the white dot, then why is this the 10? And these two Pikachus. Both the same. And they both look mint. If I were to get that grading, I would try to go for PSA. All these are CGC. I would hope that guy at PSA is having a good day. Shit. Because otherwise... Okay, 508 refresh, nothing.
Try Tidy Care Alert with health monitoring. Only from Tidy Cats.
People's stance about TCG Player Direct is a complicated one. A lot of people love it. A lot of people hate it. And it has been really divisive over the past couple days. Or weeks, really, at this point. It was only supposed to be a couple days, but that didn't happen. That Direct has been down in the progress of them moving from Syracuse, New York, here to Louisville, Kentucky, ironically. There's been some setbacks, I hear. And up until recently, we had no idea when Direct would be back. And Direct Sellers actually just got an email here recently saying that as of yesterday, filming this Friday, Final Fantasy is back on Direct, and I think Destined Rivals is for Pokemon is on Direct, and then in the next couple weeks, they'll be rolling back and putting everything else back into the system. And this is already on top of, I think this is the third, fourth week that Direct has been down. A lot of people are saying, hey, my sales have never been greater. Our sales are amazing. Our revenue's way up. We're doing great. As a game store, we're doing fantastic without Direct. Down with Direct. Boo to Direct. Hopefully never.
What the heck is this guy talking about?
And then there's other.
Yo, looks sick. Nothing. Aw, nothing. What? Oh, nothing more. Yo, you missed it. You gotta go back in the stream. No, it was the last stream. It was the one that said sorting Pokemon cards. I showed a bunch of packs. I had a bunch of packages come in, and I opened the packages and showed all the stuff. I have nothing new. I mean, I have nothing. What do you want from me here? Here. Where are you? Here, take this look. Open your eyeballs. Here. Woo. quick pack opening for you. Oh, you're on about refresh. Whatever. Okay, look. We gotta ban it. Can you see this one? I guess. No. We gotta ban it. We got a drift blim. And hey, shit. We have a Gengar. Okay, one more. You twisted my arm. One more. Okay, a Galarian Runerigus. A Drift Blim. Hey. Runerigus. And we have a Chandelure. Chandelure. Sleeve it up. We have a Gengar. Sleeve it up. Those are the two polymer foils. Hey. And then what else? Let's zoom out a little bit. You can see what I got going on here. Okay, these guys go there. This guy goes here. You go back here. This comes over. And this goes to there. Woo! Refresh. Anything? No. Are we gonna be a reaction channel, watching people reacting to channels?
Hey guys,
is this a reaction of a reaction?
We're gonna take a look at a little bit of a series, a little
So
back
we're
and
doing?
forth between the scalpers pointing fingers at other scalpers. Scalpers saying you were scalping, you were buying everything from the machine, and now you're just mad that I'm buying everything from the machine. And then we also have some accusations of, hey, you're just a rip and shipper, and you're worse than I am. That kind of stuff. I know. It's entertaining, and I think there's a few people out there that probably need to take a step back and just be like, hey, I gotta rethink what I'm doing here. What is going on? Am I getting too close to whatever's going on here? Because this is truly embarrassing stuff. All right, so Spawn Connery on the TikTok has a series of videos of this guy here that they're gonna call in the white shirt that they're gonna call him Cheeseball, which is not very nice.
You can barely hear it?
Unless that's what he actually goes by. Then by all means, go to town. Let's see what's going on here. It's a little flavor action for what's to come in the rest of the video. We got crash outs. We got
My turn.
nope, embarrassing behavior.
I don't want to get flagged for like
You
content
just bought stuff and it's my turn, and I'm trying to.
copyright.
What are you doing? Can I get some help over here? What the fuck are you doing? Can I get a store manager here, please?
Get away from me. We're going full toddler out here in the Pokemon restocks, and that's kind of the theme of it. Which is, again, he has he has some of the best reactions and meltdowns that I've ever seen in terms of Pokemon restock and nonsense.
Scalper gets mad that we beat him to it and made sure all in line got prismatic.
Sorry about your ears on that Mickey Mouse intro here, but you can see here. So I guess the guy recording is.
Did I show my PSA 10 Charizard first edition? Not yet.
Kev. Spawn is Kev.
You
go, bro. So he's gonna record him, but previously, apparently this guy was emptying the machine. So now he's mad that he can't empty the machine. So he's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, well I'm gonna post you online, buy another product before I can."
It's only hard because he's clearing the vending machine, but I mean, should have a limit.
He's got to recruit others to get mad at him too.
Yeah, the only people crying about this stuff are the people who are going to do it themselves. Like, you're just sad. Sorry, Josh.
Oh, don't worry.
Okay, so Cheeseball's name is Josh. He probably prefers that.
He's one. He says he's helping his community, but he's not.
Also, I'd like to know if there's a
Taking everything out of the vending.
reciprocal nickname.
Trying to buy it.
He's trying to buy everything.
Goodness, dude.
So I think a lot of this is due to the fact that like the limits were announced but not in place on this one.
Jeez, I can't listen to all of that. Brainwashed. I like ETBs. They got the word elite in it.
Consciously crafted organic yogurt. Olympic Organic, where a little care makes a lot of good.
This is an elite trainer box, but everyone just says ETB for short. If you're returning to the hobby, you might be wondering what is so special about the ETB. Everyone's talking about them, but they don't really seem to be that good. So what's the deal? Well, it has a special promo card, which can sometimes be very desirable. These days, the promo is almost always a beautiful illustration rare, and if you purchase a Pokemon Center exclusive ETB from the official website, it comes with an extra promo, but this one has an exclusive stamp. And these often sell on the secondary market for more than the ETB itself. They also come with dice, counters, and energy cards. These are for the TCG, and while they're nice to have, many of us don't actually use them. Oh, and these dividers, which are really, really nice, but they never really give you enough. The sleeves can sometimes be cool or even desirable if they have a cool design or a popular Pokemon on them. Each ETB is going to have a mascot Pokemon who's going to be on the front of the box, the booklet, and sometimes the sleeves. And people don't talk about this often enough, but it also comes with a booklet that shows us all the cards in the set. Furthermore, it has a key so you know which cards come as reverse holos and regular holos. It's incredibly useful even to a veteran collector like myself. And of course we have booster packs. ETBs will always come with booster packs exclusive to that set. Back in the Sword and Shield era, ETBs came with 8 booster packs, but if it's a Scarlet and Violet product, it'll have 9. And you may have noticed that the Pokemon Center ETBs are a little bit more expensive. Well, they each come with 2 extra booster packs. So a Sword and Shield ETB is going to have a total of 10, and then a Scarlet and Violet ETB is going to have a total of 11. But only the Scarlet and Violet ones come with that extra promo card with the exclusive stamp on it. And the contents of an ETB can sometimes change a little bit, like for example the Pokemon Go ETB had a deck box in it, but we've covered the basics. But that's just regular TCG junk, and if you really want the sleeves or like the box or something, you can always buy it on eBay for pretty cheap. So why is everyone so obsessed with ETBs? Well, it's the value proposition. Think of it like this. Every product on the shelf is an offer. The Pokemon Company is making you an offer in exchange for your hard-earned money. Now, we're going to come back to this, but I want you to think about the ETB and what it offers you. In other words, why would you buy an ETB? I ran a quick poll on my channel, and 2/3 of you have purchased an ETB in the past. And if you Google this question, why do people buy ETBs, you'll find multiple Reddit threads asking this very question. And the overwhelming answer is because they're the only thing available. It's the only thing that people can find. And this will be different based on where you are in the world, but a lot of Pokemon TCG products sell out and they're hard to find, even online.
like booster bundles or collection boxes, but for some reason the ETB is always there and usually at a pretty good price. Anecdotally, I can confirm this. My local GameStop's usually pretty good at staying stocked up, but if I go to my local Walmart, it's almost always empty with a few ETBs scattered on the shelves. Now, one reason.
When was this video made?
Wix. One platform, any website. Unlimited creation.
Yeah, I got a bunch of ETBs.
This is a Pokemon card from 1999.
I got 2 more coming Friday.
Simple. Actually, they're still simple today if you know the basics. Starting at the top, we have the Pokemon's name. This will be followed by HP, which stands for health points. Next to this, you'll see a symbol representing the Pokemon's type. If the Pokemon is basic, the top left corner will be blank. But if it has evolved, it will have a small picture of a Pokemon it evolved from. Now when a Pokemon evolves, it will be called a Stage 1. And if it evolves again, it will be a Stage 2. Think 0, 1, 2, not 1, 2, 3. This square here is called the illustration window, or art box. This is where you'll find the visual representation of the Pokemon. Sometimes the background will be shiny and reflective with an appealing pattern. This is a holofoil card. It's a very thin layer of aluminum in the card itself. Sometimes you'll find a stamp or a symbol in or outside the illustration window. These can mean different things. This one is a first edition stamp, meaning the card belongs to the very first print, and it's limited in quantity. Its only purpose is to entice collectors who see the appeal of having the first cards. This is a set symbol. This is used to quickly identify which set a card is from. They've changed these a lot over the years, so we'll dive deeper later. This is a pre-release stamp. This card was given out as a participation prize in an in-person event. The bottom section will have attacks and abilities to use during the trading card game. If the Pokemon has a special ability, it will be near the top, just under the illustration window. After this, you will find attacks. To the left is how much energy it's going to cost to perform that attack, and to the right is the amount of damage that attack will inflict on your opponent's Pokemon. Underneath the attacks, you'll find resistance and weaknesses. This is kind of like rock, paper, scissors. And finally, the retreat cost. This is how much energy it will cost you to retreat your Pokemon from the active position. Now, at the very bottom, we have specific information to index the card. You'll find the illustrator credit, copyright information, and the card's specific number, as well as the total number of cards in the expansion set. And in the very bottom right-hand corner of the card, you'll find a rarity symbol. But modern Pokemon cards look a little bit different, so we're going to explore each of these 5 categories in more detail. A Pokemon's name isn't as simple as you'd think. Check this out. This says that Clefable evolves from Clefable.
What?
Okay. The official game rules state that this name has to match exactly. In other words, Clefable cannot evolve from, say, Lily's Clefairy EX. Now, this isn't something you really have to worry about because this Clefable and Lily's Clefairy EX were made 25 years apart and won't be used in the same deck, but it's still good to know if you want to understand the game. By the way, Lily's Clefairy is an owner's Pokemon, sometimes called trainer's Pokemon. It resembles a Pokemon-human relationship. Sometimes you'll see something like a Galarian Pokemon or a Hisuian Pokemon. Well, some Pokemon look different based on which region they're from. So a Wooper looks a little bit different than a Paldean Wooper, which some people just shorten to Pooper. Other Pokemon have different forms that aren't related to their region, like Teal Mask Ogerpon or Rapid Strike Urshifu. Promotional cards can get pretty creative with names. We've seen some cards like Pikachu with Great Felt Hat or Special Delivery Bidoof. These are promos for a reason, since you wouldn't be able to evolve these Pokemon without, for example, a Raichu that specifically says that it evolves from a Special Delivery
Special
Pikachu.
Raichu.
Sometimes you'll see something after the Pokemon's name, like EX, GX, VMAX, or even something like Mega Lucario EX. These carry different game mechanics, but they're easy to remember.
I have to look
because
over
they have their
here
own
to
rule
see my
boxes
window.
that tell you
I
what
have
to
to look
do.
over there
They don't all
to
exist
see
at
the
once.
chat.
Only one group of
And up
them is
top
legal
is
at a
those
time.
video I'm
You would
watching.
never build a deck with EXs and GXs and V stars all at once unless you're crazy. If you go back to the early 2000s, you'll see Delta species Pokemon. These are Pokemon that have some kind of energy type modification. Some are switched, so we have a dark type Charizard, a fire type Gyarados. By the way, there are 11 different types. Back in the day, we started with just grass, fire, water, lightning, psychic, fighting, and normal, but now we have added dark,
Oh no!
dragon, and fairy.
Where'd it go?
Fairy was later cut. All Pokemon have an energy type in the top right of the card. It will be one of these 11, but there are a few exceptions. Some cards from EX Team Rocket Returns have their type combined with Dark type. These were the first dual type Pokemon cards, and they get a special symbol to represent the duality of their energy. We also had the dual type energy Pokemon for a while, which are great to look at and fun to collect. Something else I wanted to briefly touch on are these little ancient and future icons you'll see on some cards. This is an added layer to strategizing in the card game. It's like a subcategory of Pokemon, and their cards will work together. For example, you might want to build a deck focused around ancient Pokemon that will utilize ancient trainer cards. They all work together. There are other versions of this, like Single Rapid and Fusion Strike, or Ultra Beast, or Team Plasma. Even though the top of the card looks relatively simple, there can be a lot of information hidden in the details.
It's time.
At last, now streaming
Can you point me in the right direction?
on Disney Plus.
This is a magical place. Follow me.
The fairest one of all comes to life on Disney.
Pokemon card designs have come
I can't check my Pokemon binder. I'm eating. They don't mix. My Pokemon binder does not come out when I'm eating.
now spans the entire card, but there were lots of interesting stops along the way. This design we covered earlier slowly changed over time. The first edition stamps were scrapped in 2002, and the set symbols were moved to the lower right-hand corner of the card, near the rarity symbol. Starting with the Ruby and Sapphire set, the illustrator credit was moved up to sit just below the artwork. Evolution boxes were moved down here too, but only temporarily. Something that never changed though was the phenomenal artwork. I think we can all agree that the Pokemon's illustrations are what make Pokemon cards special, but the holo pattern is what highlights that artwork. The very first cards released in Japan have what we call the Cosmos holo pattern. It features small pixelated orbs and, if you're lucky, a nice little swirl. But international cards launched
This is spicy
the
chicken
Starlight
flavor.
pattern, which features star shapes that move side to side and provide a sense of depth behind the Pokemon. Cosmos was the more popular pattern and overtook most vintage cards, but many other patterns are still used. And some are reserved for specific uses. For example, the Cracked Ice Holo pattern is mostly found on theme deck cards, and the Confetti Holo pattern has always been used for the McDonald's promotional sets. We still use the Cosmos pattern today, but it's reserved for special promos. The Legendary Collection, released back in 2002, introduced reverse holo cards. This is when the foil pattern is visible outside of the illustration window instead of inside. Again, we've seen many different patterns throughout the years, and still new reverse holos are being introduced regularly. In 2011, the Black and White series introduced full art cards. Imagine that little illustration window from earlier blew up, and now is the whole card. Everything else we talked about is still there, like the illustrator name, set symbol, attacks, and energy, but the artwork is blown up. And this full art card design is what drives the hype behind the cards today. They added texture too, which is a thick coating on the face of the card with very intricate detailed lines, not unlike a fingerprint. They flow with the illustration, so two different cards have two different
Turkey
fingers.
sandwich with Hawaiian
There
rolls.
were some awkward phases like break cards or rainbow cards, but we did
Bet.
eventually arrive at a place where phenomenal illustrations lead the Pokemon card franchise. This card has the expansion set logo printed onto the artwork. And for that to make sense, we have to jump back to 1999. Wizards of
It's a
the
box
Coast,
top.
the company that distributed the international Pokemon cards, had a
Box
fascination
topper.
with stamping. This was actual foil that was literally stamped into the card, transforming it into a valuable collectible. This practice is long gone though. Nowadays, stamps are usually printed on the cards. However, the name stuck. The reason we're covering stamps in this video though is because they're extremely important when it comes to identifying a card and finding its value on the market. Take this Kabuto, for example. The cards are identical, but if we look up the prices, the stamped card is worth more. And the opposite can be true. The 2021 Celebration set is partially comprised of reprinted cards from the past. At first glance, these Venusaur cards look to be the same, even if you check the numbers at the bottom, which is unusual. But one is a reprint, and much less valuable than the non-stamped version. This is a deep, deep rabbit hole, and goes far beyond the scope of this video. But I just want you to be able to identify the stamp. If you're new to the hobby, this simple mistake could result in mispricing a card and losing, in some cases, a lot of money. The set stamps are typically awarded at pre-release events these days, although they have had many different origins throughout the years. We've come a long way since the 1999 base set, but the basic card anatomy still applies, and they've done a pretty good job of keeping things familiar. If we look at a modern card, we still have energy costs on the left, attack descriptions, and attack damage on the right. Below, you'll find the weakness, resistance, and retreat costs. On EX cards and other strong cards, you'll find the rule box, but sometimes this stuff gets shuffled around. If we look at some more powerful cards like GX or V-Star, for example, they get a highlighted attack or ability. In this scenario, these are only allowed to be used once per game, so they've been dressed up and presented in a special way. Now the Pokédex information, which is redacted for the full art and EX cards, can still be found on standard card designs. This little box below the illustration window will give you information
Fuse
on the actual
IST.
Pokemon, like its height and weight. In the bottom right, you'll find a small description of, say, the Pokemon's habitat, or maybe highlighting something unique, like a unique characteristic. These two things are trivia though, as they aren't used in the trading card game.
This is no sleeve, no cards behind. Subscribe.
Okay, so far, most of what we covered has been related to the trading card game, but now we get to the bottom of the card, where organization and identification is. That's what indexing means. Let's get the copyright info out of the way. This used to be at the very bottom of the card, but above the border, and consisted of the copyright years, the three companies that together own Pokemon.
Hey,
and
now it's on the
Wizards
border.
took care of the international stuff.
It's at the bottom
After
on the
Wizards
border.
left, it was shortened to the print year and just Pokemon/Nintendo.
Oh, you can't
Starting
see
in
it.
2011,
It's green.
it was shortened even more to just the year and Pokemon. Then, starting with Sword and Shield, they moved it to the card's border.
There you
And
go.
once again added the three companies that together make up Pokemon. Okay, we got that out of the way. Things are about to get interesting, I promise. During the EX series in 2003 to 2007, they added this strange 9-digit number in the bottom left. These codes were used to interact with a Japanese mobile phone app. I guess you could enter this code and download the artwork on the card. However, this didn't take off and had no international use. It's likely that the Pokemon Company had other plans that just never panned out. So, all it is today is a headache for collectors since there are numerous variants for each card. But after the EX series, moving into Diamond and Pearl, we have a new code in the bottom left. These took the format of DPBP, followed by a number. DPBP stands for Diamond and Pearl Battle Pokédex. So in case you don't know what a Pokédex is, it's a numbering system for Pokemon. For example, Pikachu is number 25 in the Pokédex, and Raichu, its evolution, is number 26. It goes in order. However, as new Pokemon are discovered, it's difficult to retroactively fit them into the Pokédex. This is where the Diamond and Pearl Battle Pokédex comes in. This is a revised Pokédex where Pichu is now number 25, Pikachu 26, and Raichu 27. Other Pokemon like Cleffa, Politoed, and Magnezone are included too, and each form of the unknown. each representing a letter of the English alphabet. This didn't last long though, spanning only 6 expansion sets. But something you will always find on every Pokemon card is a set of numbers and a symbol. Earlier we talked about set symbols being moved. Well, after that, they moved to the other bottom, then got replaced with an abbreviation of the set name. If you look at a modern card, it will have a small black box.
Yeah.
This one says SSP, which stands
Silver
for
Sparks.
Surging Sparks. The first number you see is the card's unique number, and the
I got
second is the set's
MEW.
total number. If we want to look at a card
151.
on eBay, then you'll use the Pokemon's name, then its number, then the set number. They purposefully do not overlap these. For example,
They do overlap
Alakazam
these.
1 of 102 will bring up Alakazam from base set. It was later reprinted for Legendary Collection, but that version has a new number. Finally, you will see a rarity symbol, as long as the card isn't a Black Star promo. These symbols represent the card's rarity on a scale. Common is the most common, and rarities like Hyper Rare, represented by 3 gold stars, and Special Illustration Rare, represented by 2 gold stars, will be harder to find. It's complicated, so I made an entire video to break it all down. Okay, we're almost done, but there's one more mystery at the bottom of the cards. This guy is called a regulation mark. This letter lets you know if the card is legal for play in the standard format of the trading card game. If you play the game at an event or in a tournament, you'll probably be using the standard format, so the cards you're allowed to use are only from the most recent expansion sets.
Jeez, thanks for telling me, but not fucking telling me. Now that I know what that is, but like, what do the different letters mean? Like I see D, G, I. What does it mean? Quad Steve card guy, explain to me, what does it mean? Oh, I want to see
You know
this.
common, uncommon, and rare already. If you're an OG, you might remember this triple star rarity. If you're a person of more sophisticated taste, you might know about this rarity. No rarity, which is ironically extremely rare. Learning all the new rarity symbols today can sort of feel like learning a new language. But don't worry, my job is to make it easy. WOTC stands for Wizards of the Coast, but everyone just says WOTC. They were in charge of the international Pokemon cards from 1999 to 2003. During this time, we only had a few different rarities. The first big rarity revealed, though, was the Triple Star rarity, sometimes called the Shining rarity, because it is exclusive to Shining cards from the Neo era. This is a set of 10 cards, but the first 2 to be released, Shining Magikarp and Shining Gyarados, don't actually have the Triple Star symbol. Now, there is actually a double star rarity, but chances are you've never seen it. This is reserved for old Japanese trophy cards. The famous Pokemon illustrator actually has this too, but this rarity, along with the triple star rarity, have since then been retired. Oh, and I should mention the white diamond and white star rarities. These were only used for a few cards and only in Japan. This was scrapped pretty quickly, but then white symbols were used on darker colored cards for visibility. For example, this retro energy. The white diamond doesn't represent anything special, it's just a regular uncommon card. And before we move on to the EX era, a promotional card, or just a promo card, does not have a rarity symbol. Instead, it has a big black star that says promo on it. Older cards have a black star up near the illustration window, but newer cards have it in the lower corner where it can act as both a set symbol and a rarity symbol, if that's how you want to look at it. Moving into the EX era, we get two brand new rarity symbols. The first is a hollow star found on EX Pokemon. Now, in this case, the star is actually colorless, or maybe negative, you could say. What you're seeing is the hollow pattern that is usually behind the ink. So I'm just going to call it a hollow star. And this hollow star can also be found on the reverse hollows from many of the EX sets. Remember, back during this time, reverse hollows weren't nearly as common and disposable as they are today. And on that note, a reverse hollow is not a rarity, it's a type of card. So a reverse hollow can be common, uncommon, or rare. And the next is the gold star. These are exclusive to star Pokemon, which are kind of like this generation's shining Pokemon. They're extremely rare and pretty expensive if you want to collect them today. The rarity symbol looks a lot like the hollow star, but it is specifically gold. But unfortunately, the gold star doesn't stick around for very long. But to summarize what we have so far, we have the regular rarity symbols, but a level beyond the star is the hollow star, and this is referred to as an ultra rare. So the Diamond and Pearl era introduced level X Pokemon, which are kind of like new, cooler EX cards, but they have the same rarity symbol. So while they represent something new, the symbol didn't change. But we did get something new, kind of. The hollow star now gets applied to secret rares. For example, let's look at the Stormfront secret rares. They're remakes of the original base set Charmander, Charmeleon, and Charizard. Their rarity symbols are hollow stars, just like the level X cards, so they are ultra rares. However, the Japanese version of these have white rarity symbols. So at this point, the hollow star rarity is being used to represent ultra rare Pokemon cards.
Hey, the Japanese did it differently, huh?
In the Heart Gold and Soul Silver era, legend cards were introduced. These have crazy detailed artwork that span 2 cards each. And of course, they get their own rarity symbol, which is actually a gold star with a white outline. This is a lot like the gold star cards or the shining cards, where they have their own rarity that is retired when the next generation of cards come out. So we never see this again after the legend cards. And the ultra rares for this era are the prime Pokemon and secret rares. These have the hollow star as a rarity symbol. For the black and white era, they brought back EX cards, and they carried on the hollow foil star we are now so familiar with. However, the Japanese TCG switched to a big fat letter R for some reason. Black and white also introduced the first ever full art cards to the TCG. Full arts were a big deal and deserved their own rarity symbol, so they just used the hollow star again. But only on the first 2. After this, full arts got a new rarity symbol, which is a white star outline. This is really similar to how the first 2 shining Pokemon did not debut the triple star rarity. The secret rares from this era also use hollow stars, like the EX Pokemon, because they are ultra rares, except for the Dragon Ball expansion, which use nothing, I guess because the set is so small. But these hollow stars would actually be UR for the Japanese TCG, which of course stands for ultra rare. X and Y actually carried on the EX cards this time, but now introduced Mega EX or MEX. However, the rarity symbols remained unchanged on the international cards. In Japan, they switched EX card rarities from R to RR, which stands for double rare. Break cards, which are known as some of the most visually appealing cards ever created, get a white star outline as a rarity symbol, just like the full art cards. But wait, the full art cards don't have the white star outline anymore. They switched back to regular hollow stars for X and Y. So only the break cards have the white star outline in X and Y. But finally, we get something interesting. This symbol means alternate art. Some cards are now being printed with artwork that varied from their previous card, even though all of the text is the same. For example, this M. Lucario EX is number 55, while the alternate art version at the end of the set is 55A. Now, these alternate art cards still have the hollow star, so they are an ultra rare rarity. But I wanted to mention them because they play a part in the new rarity system later on. So with Sun and Moon, we got rainbow cards. For a card to be a rainbow rare, it would have to be a regular GX and a full art GX first. And annoyingly, all these cards share the same rarity symbol. But thankfully, the Japanese version cleared up a little bit. A Japanese GX is RR. A full art GX is SR, which stands for secret rare. And the rainbow GX will be HR, which means hyper rare. Over here in the English version, I think most people just call these rainbow rares, which has to be the most straightforward and simple way to identify these. But you could say hyper rare and also be correct, but you could also say ultra rare and be correct. That's right, a rainbow card is a rainbow rare, or a hyper rare, or an ultra rare. Oh, and Sun and Moon introduced gold cards, which look amazing but basically suffer from the same thing as the rainbow cards. And we also got to see a return
I still don't
of
get
the
it.
shining Pokemon in this era. So that means a return of the triple star rarity.
I still don't get it.
No, just a hollow star again. But the Japanese version got its own shining rarity symbol, which I think represents some sort of cosmic star thingy. Then we also got prism rares, which oddly enough just get a regular star. But the Japanese versions get a PR, which of course means prism rare. And then this is kind of weird, but the Japanese cards get some additional rarities, like a TR rarity near the end of Sun and Moon, which stands for trainer rare. But we actually got these as alternate art cards. The Hidden Fates expansion had a Shiny Vault subset. A subset is a smaller set inside of a larger set. So if you open a Hidden Fates booster pack, you could pull a Shiny Vault card. Anyways, the full art shiny GX Pokemon use the full art rarity symbol that is a white outline for some reason. So you can see now that we have a lot of different kinds of cards being introduced each generation, but the Pokemon Company doesn't like to introduce new rarity symbols. As a result, this huge selection of cards are all considered ultra rares. Okay, Sword and Shield gets a little bit complicated, and I can't help but wonder if this led to the rarity system overhaul that we see in Scarlet and Violet. V and VMAX and V-Star cards were the new kids on the block and carried on the Hollow Star legacy. These are ultra rares. But we also got Amazing Rares. This is a collection of 9 cards spread out over 2 sets. And their rarity symbol is the letter A with a color wheel behind it. This closely resembles the textured splash of art behind the Pokemon on the actual card. So I guess this is what it took to finally get a new rarity symbol. But after Amazing Rares, we got Radiant Rares. Once again, this was a little collection of 16 specialty cards spread over 5 sets. But this time, they got the Hollow Star as a rarity symbol. However, the Japanese version has a bold K. Why K? Well, it's a translation of the Japanese word kageyaku, which means sparkling or radiant. Now, let's talk about the Trainer Gallery or the Galarian Gallery. These are subsets. For example, let's look at Brilliant Stars. This set has a total of 172 cards, but once you count the secret rares, it comes up to 186. However, there is a Trainer Gallery subset. This is an additional 30 cards with their own separate numbering system denoted with a TG. And the Galarian Gallery from Crown Zenith uses GG and has a total of 70 cards to the subset. But they still use the Hollow Star. They're just ultra rares. So Sword and Shield was introducing a whole bunch of new ultra rare cards. Meanwhile, the Japanese TCG was actually building out a pretty good rarity system that actually made sense. If you check one of the ETB booklets from this era, you can see that they were pretending to have a well-developed rarity system, but the actual cards just didn't reflect this. Now, the biggest hits of the Sword and Shield packs were alternate art cards, but they didn't say alternate art on them, or in the book, or on the official website. So new players had to go to Reddit for clarification, and no one deserves that. So the TCG got a rarity rebirth. Now, I've already made a whole video on the new rarity system, so if you want to go into more detail, I'll add a link below the like button. So what happened is that we basically got a whole new lineup of rarity symbols. Unfortunately, there remains some confusion, but ultimately it's much better and aligns with the Japanese TCG mostly. It now has a clear scale to follow. 1 star, 2 star, 3 star. Black, silver, gold. This is how it should have been years ago. I remember seeing a shining Tyranitar when I was a kid and instantly understanding that it was a big deal because it had 3 stars. It's intuitive and even kids get it right away. And alternate arts no longer exist. Both the symbol and the confusing colloquial term have been retired. While these cards can still be considered alternate versions, they are officially defined as illustration rare and special illustration rare cards.
1, 2, 3, 4, gooey, more is more. Are you ready to view?
So then, what the heck is this? Or this? If you see a little Pokemon silhouette instead of a traditional rarity symbol, that means the card is from a pre-constructed deck. And this goes all the way back to the start of the TCG, like the intro pack from 1999, which came with 2 half decks. The cards have a Squirtle or Bulbasaur on them, but it's up where the set symbol used to be. In the rarity spot is the card's number relevant to the deck. This changed though, and now the Pokemon silhouette is at the bottom, where it can act as both a set symbol and a rarity symbol. Okay, let's finally talk about the juiciest of all rarities. No rarity. That's right, there is no rarity symbol on these cards. Now, you might already know that the first ever Pokemon TCG cards didn't have rarity symbols. So in 1996, the TCG launched in Japan with Expansion Pack, which is what we call base set. You know the whole first edition shadowless nonsense? Well, none of that existed in Japan. So Japanese cards did not have first editions. So many consider the Japanese no rarity cards to be the equivalent of first edition. What I'm getting at here is that no rarity is ironically the most rare. But the no rarity cards didn't only come from booster packs. No rarity cards can also come from theme decks or other pre-constructed decks such as the Quick Starter gift set. Also, many promo cards from this time in Japan lack a rarity symbol, but overall, no rarity cards were only produced in Japan in very limited quantities, so they're highly sought after. And of course, there are some cards produced today that don't have rarity symbols, such as trophy cards and energy cards. Well, some energy cards actually do have a rarity symbol, but they are cards within the set, like this Psychic Energy, for example.
Your
I'll be sitting at my computer screen and I'll be putting up like an Excel spreadsheet that we'll go through together. But you can look up pricing on your own, right? So we're going to kind of narrow things down a little bit and make it very, very simple. It's not going to be as intense as what it normally is because for the most part, Destined Rivals is fairly simple when it comes to price points. So you have categories that it's broken down to for rarities. It seems like nowadays everything is a secret rare, but that's not necessarily the case, right? You have double rares, first of all. Double rares are the cards that a lot of competitive players will do, like this Young Mega EX right here in front of me. So that's a $2 card. Like all of Destined Rivals double rares are basically of bulk value right now, except for one. Like, do you know what the one card is? Can you guess what the one card is? Here's a dramatic pause while you guess what the one card is from Destined Rivals that's worth more than bulk pricing. And if you said Cynthia's Garchomp, you would be correct. It's like $2.70. So you round up, it's like $3 basically. Everything else in the set is $2. Even though Destined Rivals is holding strong from a sealed standpoint, even from some of the higher rarities, the lower rarities, like if you're somebody who wants to master Destined Rivals but haven't opened a whole lot of it or even found a whole lot of it, you can buy all of the double rares right now for basically bulk pricing, with the exception of Cynthia's Garchomp. When it comes to the full art ultra rares, like there's some that are doing halfway decent, like the Ho EX, the Ethan's Ho EX is doing halfway decent. That one's coming in at about $10 right now, and then you have the Mewtwo EX. That's the most expensive of the full art ultra rares, and it's really cool because I do like the silhouette of the trainer in the background. Obviously, we got introduced that with Journey Together, which was a really cool set. Journey Together doesn't get the love because it's got small pull rates, right? Like, so it's small set, so easier to pull a lot of stuff, so it doesn't get the love that I think it really deserves. The artwork is just absolutely incredible. And the trainer silhouette, the owner's Pokemon, is a fantastic touch that Pokemon has started doing. Like, I absolutely love it. The Mewtwo EX, Rocket's Mewtwo EX, or Giovanni's Mewtwo, whatever you want to call it, it's $23 right now. So $23 is the going rate for the floor. I do think it's going to come down a little bit more, especially because it's not overly competitive. We went through this with Journey Together, and I remember putting up in a video that I thought the Lily's Clefairy would drop below $15, and there were a few people who were like, Fanny, what are you talking about? It's not going to get anywhere near that point. Like, come back to this post. When it hits $15, well, I'm coming back now because it's like a $10 card. It's almost single digits, and I don't think the Team Rocket's Mewtwo will get that low, but it wouldn't surprise me if it hit $16, $17 in the near future, especially as more Destined Rivals gets open. It's going to be around for a while. Obviously, it's going to be included in a lot of collection boxes and things like that. So you've got that one at $23. You've got the Cynthia's Garchomp hanging around right around $10, and then you've got the full art Giovanni sitting there at $11 right now. Everything else single digits, like single digits for pretty much all the ultra rares. So if you're somebody who is looking to master a set like Destined Rivals, you can go in and you can master the set for relatively inexpensive when it comes to the lower rarity columns, like the double rares and the ultra rares. When it comes to the illustration rares, some of those are holding fairly well. So you have your most expensive one in the set, which is going to be the Misty Psyduck. Like that one's hanging around right around $54, $55, somewhere in that field. That's your most expensive one in the bunch. And then you have a couple other ones that are close up there as well. Like the Ethan's Typhlosion is hovering right around $40 right now. That one's got a little bit of value to it. The Houndoom, which is super cool. I love the artwork on the Houndoom. That one's selling for $20 right now. You've got the Blaziken, another fire.
No, guns. I just
$15 right now. The Lapper
tripped out because it asks for a human verification this time, but then loaded in and there was nothing. Got my hopes up for a second. Right? I could see that's a no. No. No, it's a no.
versus hanging on strong. That one's at $30 right now. And then you've got $10 on the Weezing. You've got $10 on the Murkrow. The Meowth right now isn't doing too bad. Really cool Meowth, right? Like, it looks really cool. The artwork is fantastic. That one's $25. And then you've got the Kangaskhan. Kangaskhan is one of those cards that you utilize to make the picture, the big art frame, doing fairly well at $10 as well. Everything else, single digits for the most part. The Roserade, I should say, the Roserade's right around 16. The Shaman's at like 15, but everything else single digits. So the Yanma, is at 6. It looks like the Crustle's sitting there at 4. The Hydrapple's at 6. So relatively inexpensive for the other one. So again, master set chasing. If you are somebody who's looking to do master sets, adding some of those lower rarity or lower value illustration rares right now, you might get. It'll probably come down a little bit more. But Destiny Rivals is taking a little bit longer, and I think part of the reason it's taking a little bit longer is because it's so difficult to open something that is so much more expensive than MSRP, right? Like when you have a booster box that's selling for close to $100 above MSRP, even if you paid MSRP for it, which is great, opening something that you know is worth $100 more than what you paid for it, like that's tough for a lot of people, especially when pull rates aren't like ideal, because pull rates aren't terrible by any means, but it's going to take you on average 2 booster boxes in order to open up a special illustration rare. So you have about a 50% chance of a special illustration rare being in a sealed box, which makes it difficult for some people to open because that does feel like a risk, that does feel like a gamble. If you go to the hyper rares, the gold cards, which are beautiful in this set, again with the trainer silhouette, the Mewtwo EX is holding really, really well. That one's selling for about $67. Everything else, not doing terrible, but not doing great. Like the Garchomp is hanging on. That one's about $39 right now. You have $30 for the Ho-Oh EX. The Jamming Tower, which is somewhat competitive, like it has some potential, and because of that, it's holding pretty well. That one's selling for about $21 right now. The Lavencia selling for $14 right now. The Crobat is the one that has fallen the most. So that one's sitting right around $18. And then you have the special illustration rares. So the special illustration rares are being led, really carried by that Rockets Mewtwo, which has gone up quite a bit. And if you remember, it started out really expensive and an opening weekend dropped quite a bit. But then started getting bought up a little bit. And again, I think it's because a lot of people are afraid to open up Destiny Rivals when it comes to the booster boxes. They'll open up, you know, sealed packs that they get at MSRP or blisters or maybe check lane sleeve boosters, things like that. But when it comes to booster boxes, which is where you're going to get the most packs, there's a lot more fear in opening those up. The Mewtwo doing really well, holding very strong. PSA 10 variants of the Mewtwo EX also selling very, very strong values as well. That one's selling for about $405 right now for the special illustration of Mewtwo. So up a little bit from where it was when the set originally released. And then you've got the Cynthia's Garchomp. That one also holding really well. Currently selling for $222. The Moltres, that one's also at $131. So you've got a handful of cards here that are over $100. The Ethan's Ho-Oh selling for about $150 right now. And the Needle King, which originally dipped below $100, has gone back up over $100. So that one's selling at $107. You've got the Yanmega at $31. You've got the Crobat at $68. The Mabostiff is your cheapest one. That one's at $28. $51 for the Ethan's Adventure. $34 for the Ariana. And then the Giovanni currently selling for $36. So that's kind of your breakdown of the individual prices, but the big question is, okay, well, what as far as pull rates go, on average, what does it look like as far as what I'm going to pull in this booster box? Or even if I'm opening up a booster pack, what is the target price? Now, the target price is going to be MSRP, obviously, for a multitude of reasons. Number one, MSRP, you never really want to spend above MSRP, right? You never want to open anything up.
Okay. I don't think we're getting a drop today, boys.
Above MSRP. The other reason is this set financially works out that anything you pay above MSRP is a loss. Like on average, it looks like the average value that you're going to get out of your booster pack, on average, if you open up a fair amount, is going to be about $4.49. So you open up a box, you're going to pull about $4.49 worth of value out of every single pack. So to break that down for you, when it comes to pull rate, it's going to take you about 5 packs, 5.5 packs in order to open up a double rare, one of these, you know, Yanmegas or another double rare like that. The problem is, so you're going to get about 6.5 out of your booster box. The problem is all those values are low, right? They're all bulk pricing except for that Garchomp, which is selling for about $3. Since you're going to pull about 6.5 out of your booster box, that means on average, your booster box is going to have about $13.64 worth of value out of that double rare category. If it comes to the ultra rares, those full art variants, you're going to pull about 2.27 out of your booster box. So you may open up a lucky booster box and get 3 full arts, but more than likely you're going to get 2, and you kind of want to, because if you get 2, that means you have a better likelihood of pulling one of those wild cards, or that third hit is going to be a special illustration or a hyper. Average value on those, though, about $6.36. So you do have a lot of the bulk pricing, like the Arboliva and the Dondozo, which is the Regirock, which are closer to bulk pricing. But then you do have like the Mewtwo, which is about $23. You've got the Ho-Oh, which is $10. You know, some that have a little bit more value. On average, the value of those full arts is about $6.36. That means your box, that ultra rare category, is going to have on average about $14.44. So your booster box should have about $14.50 worth of value when it comes to that ultra rare category. For illustration rares, pull rates stay the same as what they've been throughout the entirety of Scarlet Valley. You're going to get about 3 illustration rares per booster box. You may get lucky, you may get 4, but you should get 3. Your average value on those is about $13.91. This one is still a little skewed, but not as bad as what has been in other sets, because while you have that Psyduck, which is selling for about $55, it's not like Paldea Evolve, where you have the Magikarp selling for hundreds of dollars, or even like Paradox Rift, where you have that Groudon that's selling for, at one point in time, over $100. That's really driving the cost up. Illustration Rares, your most expensive one is that Psyduck, selling for about $55. So while the price points are a little skewed, it's not terrible, and because of that, the average value of your illustration rare falls right around $13.91. So in your booster box, you should pull about $43.23 worth of value from that illustration rare category. When it comes to hyper rares, you're only going to pull about 0.32 per box, so they are tough to pull, like what we've seen from every other Scarlet and Violet era set. It's going to take you about 3 booster boxes in order to open up 1 hyper rare. That means it's going to take you approximately 111 packs. Your average value on those is about $31.50, which it is the average. It's pretty much right in the middle, right? You have that one that's a little bit more expensive with the Mewtwo that's selling for closer to $70, and then you have a couple that are a little bit cheaper, but for the most part right around $30. That means on average your booster box is going to have about $10 worth of value when it comes to the hyper rare category. And then special illustration rares, 0.57 per booster box. So it's going to take you approximately 64 packs in order to find one out of every 2 booster boxes, and your average value about $114.82. Now this is going to be skewed a little bit because of that Mewtwo. Obviously you have a few that are top heavy. You could pull them a Boss Stiff, which is only going to be about $28 worth of value, or you could pull that Mewtwo. Remember, this is an average for a reason. The way this breaks down is your box on average is going to house about $65.17 worth of value in that special illustration rare category. That's average. So again, that means if you're opening on multiple boxes or multiple sample sizes of 36 packs, that's just how it breaks down. So still decent value. But if you add all this up, your total value of pulls comes to about $146.70 from all of those ultra rare categories, all of your hits. Now you do have ancillary value in these boxes. You have your bulk, you have your code cards. Unfortunately, while Destined Rivals is semi-playable, it's not super playable. And there are some trainers in the set that are fairly decent, but not a lot. So your special energy card in this set, the Team Rocket's energy, that one sells for about $1. That's going to be the only really card outside of your hits that have any value associated with it. So you'll pull a few out of your booster box. In total, you'll probably pull about $10 worth of value when it comes to those ancillary cards that aren't necessarily labeled hits. Basically, that breaks down to about $15. We'll call it $15. That breaks it down to about $161 worth of value in your booster box. And what's MSRP for a booster box? $161. Basically, every time you open up a pack, you should expect about $4.49 worth of value on average. Now, if you go out and you buy a pack for $4.50, it's not always going to work where you get your value out of it right away. You might have to open multiple
Holy
packs,
shit, you're still on?
You're going to pull better, you're going to pull worse, but it is average for a reason. On average, about $4.50. So that's why it's important to stick to MSRP. But the problem is, right now, even wholesale values, wholesale prices, $200. So even buying at wholesale right now for a storefront such as myself, I can't really justify opening this up, which is what a lot of people I think are running into right now. It just doesn't make sense to open. Now, you should never, obviously, expect to earn your value back or make your value back. Like opening Pokemon cards is supposed to be fun, which is why we do these fun cost videos, so you can determine, well, how much is it worth to me? How much is the fun worth to me? Like, I'm going to lose money, but how much, and is it worth it then? So that's up to you guys to decide. But now you have the data, you have the math. You're going to pull about $4.50.
Might almost want to be the best. Look here, I'm the best.
Worth of value out of each pack. So
I am the best. I like these hunting videos. Do you like hunting?
strong and Canadian all over.
Oh! Are you kidding me right now? Alright, what's going on?
Time for a pack battle.
Oh, yeah, okay, so 151, Prismatic Evolutions. I know there's Twilight Masquerade in there. Good pack battle.
Now go get your own.
What do you mean?
I'm opening this. This is mine. So, how about you got 2 hours, $100 limit?
This is...
Get on with it.
This is $10, so...
Make it work. Make it work. Go on.
Make $100 working at $10.
Come on, go.
But what if I don't find anything, though?
Then that's on you. I'm opening my stuff.
But can I open up a little bit, maybe? I'm not
You
gonna
got,
find...
no, go get
I'm
it.
not gonna find Prismatic Evolutions, though.
That's fine. Go get something else then. Bye.
Maybe just one pack?
Bye. 2 hours.
All right, Breaking Family, it looks like we have a $100 budget and only 2 hours to actually find some Pokemon cards to battle Marie with. And if I don't find any, then I guess I watch her open up Pokemon cards? I'm a little worried about this. It's literally a Tuesday, so it feels impossible to find Pokemon cards on this day. Put the 2-hour timer up and let's get started. I almost feel like starting off at Meyer is a waste of time because we know at the start of the week there's just not going to be Pokemon cards at like a Meijer, a Walmart, a Target, and my suspicions have proved me correct. I mean, we got the battle decks right here, but not even a single pack of Pokemon cards, not even a items that they have is not starting off with cards. I don't want to be sitting there not opening up any Pokemon cards. I'll automatically lose the battle if I don't even have one pack. Sometimes people put things by the price checker.
What are you doing, Northy?
There's sports cards right here, so that proves me correct, but not any Pokemon cards. Okay, I can't spend a whole lot of time here. I'm eating into my 2 hours. We gotta go to the next store. I was not prepared to do my cardio today, Breaking Family, so I'm running. I gotta get to the next store. Instead of big stores. Here we go. I'm thinking instead of a big store.
Hey, buddy. Hello?
Hey, North.
Hello?
Hey, North. What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, hold on. I gotta turn on my headset. Hello?
Hey, North.
Oh, yeah, that's better. I'm going to end this stream now. I'm going to play some video games. If you want to stick around, I'll be going live